Hello. So I just realized you can't see me, so I'm gonna click on this. And then hello. Yeah, I had pretty bad sleep. Kept waking up every like hour. Not sure why. It's okay though. But yeah, short stream because I'm busy pretty much all day and all weekend. Uh, yeah, I'm going on a retreat, so that'll be fun. Adventures. But yeah, but I also have been doing coffee, so yeah, or caffeine, which is pretty tiring not to have. That and I've been working out too hard. For W gains. Yeah. So I've been trying, getting back in shape, and yeah, mind, body, soul. Focusing on connecting with friends and reaching out. One of the advantages of social media is actually reaching out to the people that I care about instead of just liking memes and such. Because yeah, sometimes like I'm overly positive, and then I realize that like, okay, how are my friends doing? And I assume everyone's doing well, which is the case for the most part. But yeah, the thing is, we should still check in on our friends. Why? Because we care about them. Check in, catch up, see how they're doing. Also, I have these in ears that I'm gonna put on, but I already have one in ear, so I can hear myself. So I only put one on. Uh, there we go. Guess I could just do that. So I'm gonna clean this. That is super loud. Is that better? I'm still loud, but as long as you guys can hear me, that's better. Yeah, it's gonna be nice to not have long hair. It almost look like this, except with not a bunch of crazy hair, and just the way it looks. It just looks bad. Yeah, having long hair just pulls out my hair. It just thins it out. And then I'll cut it, and then I'll take it out, and then, yeah. Just gotta cut it. And yeah, I've been working out consistently, and finally, like, I was sick for 2.5 weeks. And yeah, it was pretty bad. Well, the symptoms lasted for like 3 weeks. And I'm guessing it was, norovirus, but I don't know. Because, yeah, another friend she got it too, and I was like, oh. And we were hanging out, and so I was like, oh, hopefully I didn't give it to her. Or did she give it to me? I don't know. But yeah. But better now. Well, yeah. I was with a bunch of people, and so yeah. I'm like, somebody had it. But yeah. So, yeah. When that happened, I lost like 8 pounds, and I was like, oh, no, that's not good. Getting sick, yeah, puts a hold on things. And then, yeah, even working out, like, freaking arms are tiny. Yeah, yeah. But yeah. But working my way back towards being strong. I should apply for that. Boop, boop. Then is the audio too? Is the music too loud? The music's probably too loud compared to me. Yeah, cause no, I see my audio. It's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, still good. It's kind of tricky when I'm adjusting it, but also would help by a higher mic. Would that help? Well, I technically have it kind of low, because then I had like, oh, because I could do that. I could do that. I think that looks better. Also, I wrote my hoodie on. Which on the hood? Yeah, I'll put it on. Yeah, I'm fine. It's actually getting a lot warmer, which is nice. Yeah, because I do like winter, but that's it. I like winter. But yeah, because once summer comes, yeah, it gets pretty warm. And then I run hot, so I prefer to have colder weather than warmer weather. So yeah, it's nice. Like how it is now, it's pretty nice. Yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty much gonna read this book for a while. On page 131, and there's about 90 pages left. So I think I might just read the entire thing through. Yeah, why? Because then I can move on to my next book. And then, yeah, because I don't have time to, I won't be streaming. I could stream tomorrow, but then it'd be super short. It'd be like an hour. No, I gotta get ready. So yeah, I won't be streaming for the next like 3 days. But yeah, but then I'll be back. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. Yeah. Defying Gravity, The Art of Flying by Our Bootstraps. Or Chapter 6, Defying Gravity, The Art of Flying by Our Bootstraps. I believe in pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. I believe it is possible. I saw this guy do it once in Cirque du Soleil. Stephen Colbert. The mysterious messages came in different forms, but the recipients all felt the urgency. Jesse Arbor was in the midst of a poker game when someone told him a car was waiting downstairs, and his train would leave in 35 minutes. He didn't even have time to get some of his clothes out of the washing machine. James Hare was out on a tugboat when he was sent back to shore to retrieve a big brown envelope. As he broke the red wax seal, what he found inside wasn't an invitation. It was an order to report to a location north of Chicago. The order was delivered to 16 men around the country. They ranged from their mid-20s to mid-30s and came from varying walks of life. The group included a mechanic, a bookbinder, a porter, a lawyer, and a sheet metal worker. It was January 1944, and they had no idea what was in store for them. In the heat of World War II, they would have a chance to make history. They were about to become the first black men to enter officer training in the U.S. Navy. Among the branches of the military, the Navy was known to be particularly prejudiced. Just a quarter century earlier, the Navy had banned black citizens from enlisting altogether. When the policy finally changed, black men were limited to several roles as cooks and shoe shiners. Now, political pressure from Eleanor Roosevelt had cracked the door open for them to join the officer ranks, but many leaders doubted they would be smart enough to command white sailors. When they arrived for officer training, the black candidates were in their own car, segregated from the white sailors. They endured racial slurs and demeaning comments from the very instructors who were assigned to teach them. To them, the message was clear: they were expected to fail. Some of the men had additional reasons to doubt themselves, as few had struggled academically in the past. Jesse Arbor was a C student who had failed introductory economics, and Charles Lear hadn't made it past 10th grade, and William Sly White had no military experience at all. Having just finished his basic training at boot camp, it was demanding. White recalled. Officer training was kind of like fighting in the dark. To make matters worse, with the country at war, the training period was cut in half. The candidates had to complete a full semester of coursework in just 10 grueling weeks. They would wake up each day at 6 a.m. to march, take 8 hours of classes, and study well into the night. They were tasked with mastering seamanship, navigation, gunnery, law, naval regulations, aircraft recognition, signaling with flags and Morse code, and survival, all in the record time. In a typical Navy officer training class, only 3/4 of candidates passed their exams, but the first class of black officer candidates didn't just scrape by, all 16 of them soared far above the bar. Leaders in Washington were immediately suspicious. To prove they hadn't cheated or benefited from grading errors, the men had to retake some of their exams. They ended up scoring even higher, finishing with a collective GPA of 3.89 out of 4. Years later, they would learn that they attained the highest marks in Navy history. Their potential was no longer hidden. 13 of the candidates ended up being called to serve as Navy officers, as the first group of black men in America to wear gold stars and stripes. They're known as the Golden 13. Instead of succumbing to the force of gravity weighing them down, the Golden 13 managed to rise above them. As Samuel Barnes observed, we were determined to succeed in spite of the burden that was being placed on our shoulders. The Golden 13 got something right that the rest of us often got wrong. In the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles, it can be tempting to give up. It's just too hard. The forces against us are just too strong. At times like this, we're advised to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. The message is that we need to look inside ourselves for hidden reserves of confidence and know-how. But it's actually in turning outward to harness resources with and for others that we discover and develop our hidden potential. When the odds are against us, focusing beyond ourselves is what launches us off the ground. Percentage of your worst days you made it through, 100%. When we're facing a daunting task, we need both competence and confidence. Our ability to elevate our skills and our expectations depends first on how we interpret the obstacles in front of us. Extensive evidence shows that when we view hurdles as threats, we tend to back down and give up. When we treat barriers as challenges to conquer, we rise to the occasion. Seeing obstacles as challenges depends partly on having a growth mindset, believing in your ability to improve. But the pioneering psychologist behind this mask, Carl Dweck, has recently demonstrated that a growth mindset alone does little good with scaffolding to support it. Rigorous experiments with over 15,000 students reveal that nurturing a growth mindset among high schoolers boosts the grades only when their teachers recognize their potential and their schools have cultures of embracing challenges. If we aren't lucky enough to have others hand us the scaffolding, we may have to assemble it ourselves. That's where bootstrapping comes in. Bootstrapping is using your existing resources to pull yourself out of a sticky situation. The term is sometimes faced to a folk tale about a baron who was stuck in a swamp with his horse and escaped by using his pigtails as a rope. Later tellings may have replaced the baron's hair with his bootstraps. Bootstrapping is normally seen as an individual skill. You don't rely on assistance from others. You pull out the loop at the back at your own boots to lift yourself over obstacles. It sounds like an expression of rugged individualism, an independent act. But when we approach it independently, then we gain the competence and confidence to overcome obstacles. I saw it happen in my own classroom. One fall, I told my students at Wharton that the final exam would be unusually difficult and sent them some sample questions. They came to class panicked about the multiple choice section. I'd wanted to motivate them to master the material, but I undermined their confidence. I reminded them that I was rooting for all of them to succeed. I even promised to curve their scores upwards if the class average was low. They were still stressed and filled with doubts, so I decided to throw them a bone. For the one multiple choice question that stumped them, they would write the name of a classmate who might know the answer. If that student got it right, they would get credit too. It was the academic equivalent of a lifetime in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. When I looked at their scores on the exam, I was in for a surprise. Compared to the past year's exam, the class average had gone up by multiple points, and it wasn't due to the lifeline. In subsequent years, the performance of each new class continued to climb. I started cycling through the list of possible explanations. The test hadn't gotten easier. The students weren't smarter than previous years. Eventually, I found out what was going on. The small lifeline had a big impact on how students prepared. To excel on the exam, the students still had to master all the content. It wasn't as simple as dividing and conquering the material, but if they wanted the extra credit on one question, they had to find out who knew what. So instead of cramming solo, they opted to study together. They started meeting in small groups to synthesize the key concepts. The students had created their own scaffolding. A later class took the collaboration to the next level. They created a giant map of the content from the entire semester. One student reserved a room for Saturday afternoon studying and invited the entire class to join and pull their knowledge. Others jumped in to share their own reading summaries, study guides, and practice quizzes. The students realized that the strongest bootstraps weren't the ones they created alone, but the ones they built together. Considerable evidence shows that studying with knowledgeable colleagues is good for us. Oops, I lost my spot. Ugh. Oh, okay. In U.S. intelligence agencies, and that's why you always prefer to turn the page. What? In U.S. intelligence agencies, if you want to predict which teams will produce the best work, the most important factor to consider is how often other colleagues teach and coach one another. In medical schools, students learn as much when they're taught by peers as by faculty. In the Saturday session in my class, no single student walked in an expert. They had to leverage the collective knowledge of the group, and there are reason to believe that they had some of their learning by teaching. Teaching is a surprisingly powerful method of learning. In a meta-analysis of 16 studies, students who were randomly assigned to tutor their peers ended up earning higher scores than the material they were teaching. Students who taught reading improved in reading. Those who taught math got dramatically better at math. The more time they spent tutoring, the more they learned. As one group of researchers concluded, like the children they helped, the tutors gained a better understanding of and developed more positive attitudes towards the subject matter covered in the tutorial program. Psychologists call this the tutor effect. It's even effective for novices. The best way to learn something is to teach it. You remember it better after you recall it, and you understand it better after you explain it. All it takes is embracing the discomfort of putting yourself in the instructor's seat before you reach mastery. Even just being told you're going to teach something is enough to boost your learning. There's another twist on the trope that those who can't do, teach. Those who can't do yet can learn by teaching. The historian Henry Adams became an expert in medieval history by teaching a class on it. He confessed to his students that he knew nothing at the start and progressed just one lecture ahead of time. The painter Georgia O'Keeffe honored her techniques of abstraction in charcoal and watercolor as she taught art classes. The physicist John Pascal learned quantum computing by signing up to deliver a course in it, and the Golden 13 aced her Navy exam by teaching what they wanted to learn. Unexpected potential. At the offset of officer training, many members of the Golden 13 felt it would be impossible to accumulate so much knowledge in so little time. As George Cooper captured it, each of us said, "The hell with it, this is just too damn much." With few leaders supporting them, their best hope was to support one another. But they would have to do so in a notorious cutthroat environment. Since Navy tradition held that not everyone would make the cut, officer candidates tended to see one another as rivals, not teammates. Yet the Golden 13 met in their barracks and made a pro-social vow. All for one and one for all. We decided early in the game that we are all going to either sink or swim together, Cooper stated. Fortunately, at least one of us was already familiar with almost every subject we were exposed to. To manage the overwhelming course load, the Golden 13 resolved to rely on one another. They would become sponges by pulling and filtering the knowledge in the room. Each member would teach his expertise to the rest of the group. When they got their textbooks, they went through the topics and waited for someone to shout out, "That's mine!" Being strong in math. Cooper, Graham, Martin, and Reginald Goodwin led many of the analytical subjects along with John Reagan on technical topics. The history buffs Samuel Barnes and Dennis Nelson took charge on military history. What Lear lacked in formal education, he made up in leadership as well as experience with seamanship. and knot tying. So he chipped in there along with Alvis, and since Arbor had advanced navigation training and experience, the group turned to him for a crash course on Morse code. He tapped on the wall and gave his peers clues as they tapped back. They were tying their bootstraps together. The official time for lights out was 10:30 p.m. Night after night, the Golden 13 huddled in the bathroom with a flashlight studying well past midnight. To make sure they wouldn't get caught, they hung sheets over the windows to block the light. I learned about the Golden 13 thanks to a seminal book by Paul Stilwell, a Navy historian who did the great service of documenting their experiences before they passed away. As I pored over his extensive interviews for stories, quotes, and insights, the obvious explanation for the success was that they were able to learn from qualified peers. Then it occurred to me that the tutor effect was also at play. The act of sharing knowledge enhanced the competence of the men doing the teaching. They were working together to build stronger bootstraps. When the first law question came up and everyone turned to White as the lawyer, he told them he had no knowledge of Navy law. He had to look it up. He learned Navy regulations by teaching them, and gained efficacy in subjects he had just learned in boot camp by teaching some of those too. Serving as an instructor made the lessons stick. Drawing on his background as a machinist, Frank Suttle was responsible for mechanical gunnery and boilers along with Dalton Baugh. But plenty of questions came up that they couldn't answer. When the appointed teacher didn't have relevant knowledge, the Golden 13 went around the room for everyone to weigh in. It gave them all the chance to teach something relatively new to them. Once they reached a consensus about the explanation, it was time for drilling and grilling. By quizzing one another, they created more opportunities for everyone to share knowledge they just gained. As he saw that they each had insights to offer, Suttle realized that the men in our group had the capacity and ability to grasp the information. Their boots were sturdy. By the time they took their exams, they each had the knowledge to pass every subject with flying colors. Heeding our own advice. Teaching others can build our competence, but it's coaching others that elevates our confidence. When we encourage others to overcome obstacles, it can help us find our own motivation. I've seen it happen as a parent. When I was nervous about giving my first TED Talk, I decided to ask our oldest daughter for advice. At the time, Joanna was an extremely shy 8-year-old, and she told me to look for one person in the audience. She was smiling and nodding. I came home excited to tell her I found encouragement from a beaming face in the front row. A few weeks later, my wife Allison and I could sense that Joanna was anxious about her role in a school play. When she walked on stage, she locked eyes with us in the audience and broke out in a grin as big as ours. Instead of relying on us for advice, she had remembered her own advice and followed it. It was a turning point. We watched her expectations of herself rise afterward. It wasn't long before she was volunteering to give presentations, and her teachers were praising her poise and confidence. I've come to think of this as the coach effect. We're more confident in our ability to surmount struggles after guiding others through them. That's the consistent result of elegant experiments led by the psychologist Lauren Eckris Winkler. In an experiment, high schoolers earned higher report grades in multiple subjects, including math, after being randomly assigned to give advice to younger students on how to stay motivated and avoid procrastinating. In another, middle schoolers spent more time on homework after they were randomly assigned to give motivational advice to younger students. Rather than receive motivational advice from expert teachers and people who were struggling to save money, lose weight, control their tempers, and find jobs, all came away more motivated after giving advice than receiving it. This is different from the tutor effect, which highlights how we can learn through sharing the very knowledge that we want to acquire. The coach effect captures how we can marshal motivation by offering the encouragement to others that we need for ourselves. By reminding us of the tools we already possess, coaching others raises our expectations of ourselves. Teaching versus coaching. Builds competence. So teaching builds confidence. Find out a lot about a subject by teaching it to others. When your parents need tech support, we will learn this. And then coaching builds confidence. Find your own motivation by motivating others. When your kids won't listen to you, and we can do this. And then when you do teaching and coaching, you find the answer within yourself, sometimes more effective than receiving guidance. Can work even if you have no idea what you're doing. And here's a diagram. I don't know if you can read that, but yeah. Coaching is the opposite of what we usually do when we need help. In trying times, our first instinct is to pick up the phone and ask for advice. We're better off pausing to reflect on the advice we provided in the past or calling someone in a similar situation and offering them some suggestions. We should listen to the advice we give to others. It's usually advice we need to take for ourselves. In my research, I found that it's more motivating to be a giver than a receiver. Receiving is passive. If you're always the one being coached, it puts you in the position of depending on others for guidance. Giving is active. Coaching others reminds you that you have something to offer. It convinces you that your bootstraps are strong enough to support you. You've already seen them support others, throughout the winter. The Golden 13 leaned on one another for coaching and encouragement to rally the group. Leaders showed up early when they struggled with learning to use a sextant for navigation. He motivated them to keep trying and guiding them on techniques. It showed him and his peers that he had a contribution to make. In coaching one another, the Golden 13 didn't just offer advice and encouragement, they also held one another accountable. Each one of us, at one point in time, or maybe more than one, got to the point where we were ready to throw in the towel. George Cooper recounted, and the others would have to be there to say, "Oh no, man, we must do this." Graham Martin told them they had to make the grade and shoot down excuses for slacking off. Others called their peers out if they got distracted and exchanged tips for staying focused. As they pulled one another up by their bootstraps, their expectations of themselves rose. After interviewing most of the Golden 13, Paul Stillwell marveled at their response. Even their toughest instructors weren't as demanding as them as they were of themselves. The difficult task in front of them was no longer a threat, it was a challenge. Instead of doubting themselves individually, they believed in their collective capacity. As George Cooper articulated, we were convinced that if one of us made it, we were all going to make it. The Golden 13 found a way to fill the initial gaps in their confidence and competence. But with leaders doubting them, there would be plenty of reasons ahead of them to question themselves. When other people don't believe in your abilities, it can tie your boots to the ground or send you running in the other direction. Being disrespected presents a particular barrier to growth and requires a particular kind of scaffolding to overcome. Recently, I came across someone who navigated that challenge. For years, I'd been hearing about her as a speaker who had electrified the crowd before I got on stage. When I finally met her, she taught me something surprising about finding motivation in an uphill battle. A mountain of doubt. As she gasped for air, Allison Levine wondered if she had made a mistake. It was 2002, and Allison was captaining the first expedition by a group of American women up Mount Everest. The highest peak on Earth, Allison had reached the most treacherous part of the climb, the Khumbu Icefall. After her were 2,000 vertical feet of ice, which would become increasingly unstable as the sun's heat intensified. She needed to move quickly to avoid the possibility of a crack in the ice or a sudden avalanche. But speed was not Allison's forte. At just 5'4" and 112 pounds, she lacked the size and strength to take long, powerful steps. She was in her mid-30s, and she had only started climbing a few years earlier. As a child in the sweltering summers of Phoenix, she devoured books about Arctic explorers and watched every movie she could find about mountain climbers. It was her dream to go on polar expeditions, but physical limitations prevented her from braving the cold. Allison was born with a hole in her heart. A career as an expeditioner was not supposed to be in the cards. She spent her teenage years sporadically passing out and getting shuttled back and forth to the emergency room. After multiple surgeries, the hole was finally closed, and she was finally cleared to climb. But she still faced a major barrier, a circulatory disorder, in frigid temperatures. Her arteries would stop sending blood to her fingers and toes, leaving them numb and at a severe risk of frostbite. They hadn't kept Allison from making this trek to Everest. She'd spent months recruiting a corporate sponsor and assembling a team of women who had accomplished outdoor athletes, who were accomplished. Now they stood together staring at a giant hole in a glacier that they needed to cross. If they slipped, they would fall to their deaths. And as Allison put her foot on the ladder, she heard a voice behind her. "You're never going to make it to the summit at this pace," a male climber shouted. "If you can't go faster, you shouldn't be here. Maybe you should call it quits and go home." Doing her best to ignore him, she made her way slowly but surely. She and her team eventually cleared the icefall. Shortly afterward, a section collapsed into an avalanche, and another climber narrowly made it out alive. That wouldn't be their only brush with death. A helicopter that transported the team to the Khumbu Valley crashed on its return to a nearby mountain, leaving no survivors, and one of the climbers they had met at base camp had later slipped and fallen to his death. Allison knew their lives were hanging in the balance of countless tiny decisions and conditions beyond their control. After nearly 2 months of climbing, Allison and her teammates made it to the last stretch of the journey. It was known as the death zone. At that altitude, most humans couldn't absorb enough oxygen to survive, even with supplemental oxygen. Allison had to take 5 to 10 breaths just to get enough oxygen to take a single step. As they pressed forward, the peak was finally in sight. Then a storm blew in, between heavy winds and a whiteout. It was too dangerous to proceed or even wait it out. After climbing nearly 29,000 feet, they were forced to quit. Less than 300 feet from the top, instead of becoming the first American woman to summit Everest, they turned around. Allison led them back down the mountain. As soon as she got home, she had to face a slew of questions from reporters. "Congratulations, you didn't make it. How did it feel to give up?" Against her better judgment, Allison read the online comments. They weren't qualified. They didn't deserve to be there. She met people at dinner parties who belittled her efforts. "Stop saying you climbed Everest, even if you didn't get to the top. It doesn't count." She felt like a failure. Allison sank into a spiral of self-doubt and depression. She felt she'd let her team. Her sponsor and her country down. She kept hearing the voice of the climber behind her echoing in her head. "You're not fast enough." She swore she would never set foot on Everest again. Lighting a spark. The expectations people hold on us often become self-fulfilling prophecies. When others believe in our potential, they give us a ladder. They elevate our aspirations and enable us to reach higher peaks. Dozens of experience show that at work, when leaders hold high expectations, employees generally work harder, learn more, and perform better. In schools, when teachers set high expectations, students get smarter and earn higher grades, especially if they start out with disadvantages, whereas high expectations offer support for us to climb. Low expectations tend to hold us back. It feels like our boots are made of lead. It's called the golem effect. When others underestimate us, it limits our effort and growth. These kinds of self-fulfilling prophecies are particularly pronounced among stigmatized groups. We are frequently inundated by low expectations, but groundbreaking research by my colleague Samir Numad offers a twist. There are times when you can turn others' low expectations to your advantage. They don't have to strap you in place. You can grab onto them and place yourself forward. In our experiment, Samir gave people a task where they had to click moving circles with their mouse. After they finished a practice round, an observer sent them a message. Some people were randomly assigned to receive high expectations. "You will blow others away in this task. I think you got what it takes to beat all of them." Others got low expectations. "Others will blow you away in this task. I don't think you've got what it takes to beat any of them." The impact of these expectations depends on who was setting them. High expectations led to greater effort and performance if they came from someone knowledgeable about the task. But if the observer lacked credibility, being uninformed about the task, the effect was reversed. People actually ended up trying harder and doing better when they were doubted rather than encouraged. So there's expectations, credibility. Doubt or ignorant. Challenge, I will prove them wrong. Doubter, knowledgeable. Threatened, I don't have what it takes. Believer, but ignorant. Unmoved, they're easily impressed. And then believer, knowledgeable, empowered. I will prove them right. Here's the chart. Credibility, knowledge, ignorant. Okay. When you're investing in a goal, being doubted by experts is a threat. They may be credible, but since they don't recognize your potential, they're not coaches who will help you improve. Their disbelief quickly becomes your insecurity. It shatters your confidence and stifles your growth. That's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But the research suggests that when they come from an uninformed audience, low expectations can become a self-negating prophecy. You're motivated to shatter their confidence when they won't succeed. Samir calls it the underdog effect. Being doubted by novices is a challenge. It fires you up. They're clueless. So you don't internalize their low expectations. But you don't ignore them either. You become driven to defy them. I'll show you. The doubts that threaten you to crush your confidence can become crucibles that fortify it. You feel like an underdog who can beat the odds. Just ask Alison Levine. After failing to reach the summit of Mount Everest in 2002, Alison can't get the naysayers out of her head. She was well aware that they weren't credible. The online trolls, journalists, and acquaintances didn't know anything about mountaineering. The climber on her heels had no idea what it took to scale a peak at her size and weight. My fear of not making it again was not as strong as my desire to prove the naysayers wrong. Alison tells me, when someone ignorant doubts you, it feels like a challenge. I didn't want to let the naysayers win. I wanted to make them eat their words. Self-fulfilling prophecy, Gollum effect, underdog effect. So the self-fulfilling prophecy, high expectations, high credibility. Gollum effect, low expectation, high credibility. Underdog effect, low credibility, and then low expectations. There's a chart. Or a picture. Our biggest challenge requires scaffolding beyond the underdog effect. For Alison, the drive to put the critics in their place wasn't enough. To tip her over the edge to embrace the discomfort of return to Everest. If she pulled on her bootstraps again, they might snap. A second failed attempt could be the end of her climbing career. She might never attract another team or another sponsor. She needed a bigger reason to take the risk. The desire to prove others wrong can light a spark of motivation. Turning the spark into a flame, though often requires more. Ignorant naysayers may give us something to fight against, but a roaring fire comes from having something to fight for. It's easier to overcome obstacles when we're carrying a torch for people who matter to us. When others are counting on us, we find strength we didn't know we had. I'm gonna write that down. Clip and ship. Be good to have that to be magnetic, but that's fair. I could just not take photos. No, you're right. It's easier to overcome obstacles when we're carrying a torch for people who matter to us. When others are counting on us, we find strength we didn't know we had. In one study, Marissa Chandel and I compared the performance of Olympic divers when they were competing individually versus in synchronized events with a partner. Divers were less likely to choke on the exact same difficult dives when they were doing it synchro rather than solo. You can see a similar pattern with kids in a version of the marshmallow test. In experiments in Germany and Kenya, kids had a chance to eat one cookie now or wait a few minutes to be rewarded with a cookie second. They delayed gratification longer when they were craving it would deprive another child of an extra cookie. Having a partner can prevent rumination about your own abilities. Can I do this and boost determination? I won't be the reason you fail. As Maya Angelou wrote, I do my best because I'm counting on you, counting on me. After a failed Everest expedition, Alison Levine had someone counting on her. Her friend Meg urged her to try again. Only if you go with me. Alison responded knowing it was impossible. Although Meg was an elite athlete, 2 bouts of lymphoma had damaged her lungs. Tragically, Meg passed away in 2009 due to a lung infection. Alison wanted to do something meaningful to honor her legacy, so she decided to climb Everest in Meg's memory. That was something worth fighting for in a matter of months. She had carved Meg's name on her eye sacs and booked a flight to Nepal to join an expedition with mountaineers she didn't know. This time she wasn't leading a hand-picked team. She would be loosely affiliated with a group of independent climbers. As Alison traversed the Khumbu icefall, she thought about all the people who had doubted her. Not just the guy on her heels and the online trolls, but also the doctors who claimed her circulatory disease would make it too dangerous. All I have to do to prove all these people wrong, she thought, is put one foot in front of the other. When that wasn't enough, she looked down at her axe and reminded herself, I'm doing this for Meg. It gave her an extra boost of confidence. After many long weeks, Alison made it back to the point where her climb had ended 8 years earlier. She was running on empty and started to doubt herself. Then she heard someone scream her name. Hey, Alison. I need you to promise me that you are going to go further than this. A guide from another expedition. My course had stayed behind to encourage her. I felt this weight come off my shoulders, she told me. She trusted him. Because he was a knowledgeable believer. Mike had summited Everest multiple times. If he thought I could do it alone, along with ignorant naysayers to disprove and a beloved friend to honor. Now she had a credible supporter rooting for her. She took Mike's hand and kept going. When she reached the top, Alison didn't just achieve her goal of summiting the tallest mountain on the planet. Scaling Everest was her last step in completing the adventure's Grand Slam. Alice became one of only a few dozen people on Earth to climb the tallest peak on all 7 continents, and skied to both the North and South Pole. But looking back, she says her proudest moment wasn't the last step she took to reach the summit. It was the distance she traveled back to Everest to reach the spot where she had turned around. Making progress isn't always about moving forward. Sometimes it's about bouncing back. Progress is not only reflected in the peaks you reach, and it's also visible in the valleys you cross. Resilience is a form of growth. Yeah. The strength we're taught to admire, the strength we should also admire. The chart. Strength we're thought to admire, which is someone who just makes it in time. But then what should we admire? Someone who's kind of there, and then just completely falls flat, but then struggles and makes their way back. I did it. The Golden 13 found purpose in fighting for others, and against low expectations, they faced far worse than typical naysayers. On multiple occasions, Navy leaders had to call out instructors for prejudice. Many of them did not want any part of it, lamented a white lieutenant, John Daly. Officers had to be told that a certain attitude could not be displayed, that they must treat the black recruits in the same fashion they would the whites. Even then, multiple white instructors told them they would never make it. It was clear to the Golden 13 that the naysayers weren't qualified to judge them. Their lead instructor had only graduated from the Naval Academy 2 years earlier. They had less experience than many of them, and they felt they didn't know the first thing about their capabilities. They harnessed his doubts as motivational fuel. They decided to prove him wrong. It was hoped by some that he would fail, so there'd be an excuse to just discontinue any ideas of decommissioning black officers. because they were just not competent, they were not intelligent enough. Samuel Barnes pointed out they gave us greater determination to succeed. We said, we will take advantage of this. We're going to do this because there are those who expected us not to succeed, to prove their naysayers wrong. They all had to make it, and they didn't want to let one another or their community down. We found our deepest reserve of resolve when an entire group is relying on us. My colleagues Karen Knowlton had shown that when we feel a strong sense of belonging to a group, we feel our bootstraps are linked. We become driven to defy low expectations of our group in order to pull the entire group up. We don't just want to prove yourselves, we want to blaze a trail for others to follow. The Golden 13 knew they were representing something far bigger than themselves. We recognized that we were plowing new ground. George Cooper remarked, if we failed, there were 120,000 men out there that wouldn't have a shot at this for a hell of a long time. It was an awesome responsibility. We talked about it constantly. They were pulling future generations up by their bootstraps. In the words of Jesse Arbor, we learned to walk so that the ones behind us could run. They were far beyond breaking the color barrier for future Navy officers. The Golden 13 cleared many paths for their heirs to march on the way to achieving greater things. Dalton got a master's degree in engineering from MIT and became the Navy's first black chief engineer. Dennis Nelson rose to lieutenant commander and ran a literacy group that educated thousands of sailors and enabled many to vote for the first time. Reginald Goodwin ran the Navy's selection office. Samuel Barnes earned his doctorate in educational administration and became the first black officer of the NCAA. Sly White served in the Illinois governor's cabinet and became a judge. He and George Cooper advanced for women's rights and gay rights in the Navy decades before doing so was common or accepted. It was more important to be good ancestors than dutiful descendants. Too many people spend their lives being custodians of the past. Of stewards of the future, instead of stewards of the future. We worry about making our parents proud when we should be focused on making our children proud. Legacy. The responsibility of each generation is not to please our predecessors, but to improve our conditions for our successors. Despite their historic achievements, the Golden 13 went unrecognized. So I'll read this part again because I made a good point. It's talking about legacy. It's more important to be good ancestors than dutiful descendants. Too many people spend their lives being custodians of the past instead of stewards of the future. We worry about making our parents proud when we should be focused on making our children proud. The responsibility of each generation is not to please our predecessors, it's to improve conditions for our successors. Despite their historic achievements, the Golden 13 went unrecognized by the Navy for many years. When they completed officer training in 1944, there was no graduation ceremony or celebration. They were banned from the Officers Club at Great Lakes. In 1987, the surviving members of the Golden 13 finally returned to the place outside Chicago where it all began. The Navy's first black admiral presided over the dedication of a building to commemorate their achievements. To this day, when new recruits arrive for basic training, they enter the Golden 13 Recruit in Process program. Processing Center. Even more than a place named in their honor, the Golden 13 were moved by the people they touched. When they gathered for their first reunion, 3 decades after completing training, most of them had only ever seen a handful of black officers together. Now our entire auditorium was filled with hundreds who had walked through the door they opened. Captain after captain came up to them to express their gratitude. We owe it all to you. The Golden 13 were doubted by many people around them. They had their share of moments of doubting themselves, but they believed in one another, and they were determined to pave the way for others. It's possible to confront obstacles alone, yet we reach the greatest heights when we attach our bootstraps to help other people's boots. If multiple credible supporters believe in us, it's probably time to believe them. If ignorant naysayers don't believe in us, it might be time to prove them wrong. And when our faith falters, it's worth remembering that we're fighting for. What we're fighting for. So we're on page 150, and then there is 75 pages left, which I'll try and get through as much as I can. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Hello. Yeah, just took a short break in between chapters, just to yeah, eat a small snack and yeah, just chill. And then I'm like, oh wait, I'm streaming, and then I came back. No, I went to the bathroom. So yeah, we have about 75 pages left, and I have about 3 hours, so that's about 25 pages per hour. I should be able to finish it within a couple hours. 75 pages. We'll see. So part three: systems of opportunity, opening doors and windows. I can hear myself so well. Is that better? I thought I had to turn all the way down, but maybe not. Don't remember moving anything. Because if I have it like that, you can hear everything. But yeah. And like this, if I talk directly into the mic, it sounds pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Hmm. How are you doing? 35? 35. A little louder? There we go. I think that's a good spot. Should be, I'm still in the green. Still in the yellow. In the green. 35, 45. Pretty audible. About 20 decibels above the music. Okay. There we go. Systems of opportunity, opening doors and windows. Character skills and scaffolding can help us unlock hidden potential in ourselves and those around us. But to give more people the chance to achieve greater things, we need something bigger. Creating opportunities on a large scale requires us to build better systems in our schools, teams, and organizations. Some powerful evidence on the impact of opportunity comes from Raj Chetty, the economist behind the research we covered earlier, linking the character skills we learn in kindergarten to our future success. Chetty and his colleagues were interested in how opportunities shape our who ends up innovating. They reasoned with some kids would grow. They reasoned that some kids would grow up in environments that gave them special access to resources. When they linked federal income tax returns with patent records for more than 1 million Americans, they found an alarming result. People raised in the top 1% of family income were 10 times more likely to become inventors than people with families below the median income. If you grew up wealthy, your odds of earning a patent were 8 out of 1,000. If you grew up poor, they plummeted to 8 out of 10,000. Family income made a difference even when comparing people at the same level of cognitive skills. If two third graders scored in the 95th percentile of math tests, one from a high income family had more than double the odds of inventing as one from a low income family. And to make things worse, those same math whizzes from low income families were no more likely to become inventors than affluent kids who scored below average on the same math test. When we think of geniuses as people with extraordinary abilities, we neglect the importance of life circumstances in shaping them. When they had an idea, rich kids got to shoot their shot. Some of the less fortunate were lost Einsteins. They could have become great inventors if only they had the opportunity. It wasn't difficult to figure out why. Chetty's team discovered that one of the advantages kids got in wealthy families was more exposure and access to innovators in their homes and neighborhoods. They had more guides available to provide a compass and drop pins. They got to dream bigger, aim higher, and travel further. The effect of opportunity is more than just a correlation, and it goes beyond wealth. It lies in geography too. Some zip codes are hotbeds of invention, and landing in them has an impact. Chetty's research revealed that after families relocated to areas with higher rates of innovation, their kids were more likely to file a patent as adults. If your parents packed their bags to leave New Orleans for Austin during your childhood, taking you from the 25th to the 75th percentile of inventors per capita, your probability of earning a patent would rise by 37%. Geography also predicted the domain of innovation. If you moved to Silicon Valley, your odds of patenting in computers went up. Yet being in the right zip code doesn't have the same benefit for everyone. Role models do matter, and underrepresented groups have a hard time finding them. Also, whoops, I forgot to switch back to full screen. Unless you guys like this. If they grew up in an area surrounded by female inventors, which was rare, Chetty and his colleagues estimate that if girls had as much exposure to female inventors as boys do to male inventors, it would more than double women's patent rates, closing more than half the gender gap in innovation. Good systems provide the opportunity for people to travel great distances. They open doors for people who don't grow up with means, offer windows to those who get turned away at the door, and shatter glass ceilings for those who are all too denied to shoot a shot to break through. When we build systems to unleash the hidden potential in populations, we reduce our risk of losing Einsteins and Carvers, Curies, Hoppers, and Lovelaces too. If we design them the right way, admissions and hiring systems can recognize the potential in late bloomers and long shots. Team and organizational systems can recognize that good ideas don't flow only from the top down and fill silence with voices from the bottom up. And school systems can give kids who start out behind a fighting chance to get ahead. Instead of only looking for geniuses where we expect to find them, we can reach humanity's greatest potential by cultivating the genius in everyone. Character skills break walls. Scaffolding lets us climb the walls. And having a system lets us build a door through the walls. Character skills, scaffolding, systems. It actually focused. Yeah, that was chapter 6. That was for chapter. Almost dropped that. So, Chapter 7, Every Child Gets Ahead, designing schools to bring out the best in students. Just as Michelangelo thought there was an angel locked inside every piece of marble, I think there's a brilliant child locked inside every student. At the start of the new millennium, thousands of teenagers represented their countries in an international competition. Although it was about to send shockwaves across the globe, it attracted little attention. There were no arena showdowns, no cheering crowds, and no medals awarded. There was only a small press conference in Paris to announce the results. For the first time in history, experts had devised a way to directly compare the aptitudes of young people around the world. Beginning in 2000, every 3 years, the OECD would invite 15-year-olds from dozens of countries to take the PISA, a standardized test of their math, reading, and science skills. Their scores would reveal which nation had the most knowledgeable young minds, and thus the best schools. The results weren't just for bragging rights. Nothing is more vital to the progress of future generations than the quality of our current education systems. The top countries would become lighthouses for the rest of the world to build better schools and more educated societies. The favorites in the inaugural contest of 2000 included Japan and Korea. They were renowned for having smart students with strong study habits. But when the results came in, people were stunned. The highest performing country wasn't anywhere in Asia. It also wasn't one of the usual education superpowers in the Americas or Europe. Not Canada, not the United Kingdom or Germany. It wasn't Australia or South Africa either. The winner was none of the unhurled underdog country of Finland. Just a generation earlier, Finland had been known as an education backwater, on par with Malaysia and Peru, and trailing behind the rest of Scandinavia. As of 1960, 89% of Finns didn't make it past 9th grade. By the 1980s and international comparisons of graduation rates, as well as math and science Olympiad performances, Finnish students were still mediocre. It was rare to see a country travel such a distance in such a short time. Some observers argued it was just a fluke. Then the 2003 contest proved them wrong. Finland won the top spot again, and even higher in scores. In 2006, they claimed victory for the third time in a row, outperforming the other 56 participating countries. Of course, all tests have flaws, but Finland's educational excellence wasn't limited to the PISA, or even to high schoolers. In 2002, when the OECD gave a different aptitude test to over 165,000 adults across dozens of countries, Finland finished first among teens and 20-somethings in both math and reading. Principals, policymakers, and journalists quickly flocked to Finland, hoping to find the secret sauce that would turn their own schools around. But international education experts warned them that the recipe couldn't be easily exported. Some of the essential ingredients were local. Finland had an affluent, culturally homogeneous population of just 5 million people. Although these ingredients might have played a role in Finland's achievements, they weren't enough to explain the country's meteoric rise. Take Finland's northern neighbor, Norway, which had even lower child poverty rates and smaller classes. Strangely, during the same period that Finland ascended, Norway's tests plummeted and Finland consistently outperformed the rest of Scandinavia too. Something more had to be going on. Yeah, I had some mixed nuts and then it just gets all over your mouth. And I'm like, ah. Well, it shows here a chart of countries and how they were doing. Yeah. Norway, down. Italy, doing terrible. Don't go to Italy. That's also why the economy is terrible. But yeah. Finland, really high up. United States, Australia, Sweden, New Zealand, Germany, Canada. So the source was the smartest kids in the world, Hanushek and Wozman, the knowledge capital of nation. For the years before the PISA was introduced, economists created a common metric to compare the different tests administered to each country. So while Finland kept exceeding expectations, America was busy falling short of them. On the 2006 PISA, out of 57 countries, the United States ranked 35th in math and 29th in science. And by 2018, we weren't doing much better. Landing in 25th place overall, our schools had a lot to learn from Finland's extraordinary leap. In search of the recipe behind the secret sauce, I went to Finland. After I spoke with a range of education experts and combed through extensive research, it was clear that Finland didn't have one magic ingredient. Not even their signature blueberry juice, which is delicious. But rigorous evidence suggests that some of their best ingredients can work anywhere, and there are adjustments we can make to improve them. Based on studying what Finland does differently, I believe much of their success stems from the culture they created. The culture is rooted in a belief in the potential of all students. Instead of singling out the best and brightest, Finnish schools are designed to give every student the opportunity to grow. On the PISA, the achievement gaps between schools and between students were the smallest in the world. Being disadvantaged was less of a disadvantage in Finland than anywhere else. Along with the highest rate of high performers, they had the lowest rate of low performers. In Finnish schools, a popular mantra is, "We can't afford to waste the brain." We can't afford to waste the brain. This ethos makes their educational culture distinct. They know that the key to nurturing hidden potential is not to invest in students who show early signs of high ability. It's to invest in every student, regardless of apparent ability. The land of opportunity. Our experiences in school can either fuel or flatten our growth. Using whatever resources they have, some schools and teachers manage to create learning environments that bring us out the best in us. Around the world, evidence shows that whether children get ahead or fall behind depends in part on the cultures created in schools and classrooms. In organizational psychology, culture has three elements: practices, values, and underlying assumptions. Practices are the daily routines that reflect and reinforce values. Values are shared principles around what's important and desirable, what should be rewarded versus what should be punished. Underlying assumptions are deeply held, often taken for granted. Beliefs about how the world works, our assumptions shape our values, which we in turn drive our practices. The U.S. education system is built around a culture of winner take all. We assume that potential is rooted primarily in innate ability that shines through early. As a result, we value demonstrated excellence, which leads us to adopt practices geared towards identifying and investing in students who show obvious signs of brilliance. If you win the intelligence lottery, you're rewarded with special attention in gifted and talented programs. If you're branded as slow, you might be forced to repeat a grade and endure a lasting blow to your self-esteem. And if you win the wealthy lottery, it's easy for you to attend the best schools with the best teachers. Your peers from poorer families face an uphill battle. To give these disadvantaged students a fighting chance, in 2001, Congress intervened to legislate the No Child Left Behind Act. The goal was to achieve 100% proficiency in math and reading in every grade, and hold schools accountable for making sure their weakest students didn't fall short. Despite bipartisan support, the plan didn't work. We saw substantial achievement gaps between schools and between richer and poorer students. In contrast, Finland's education system had created a culture of opportunity for all. The underlying assumption is that intelligence comes in many forms, and every child has the potential to excel. This assumption gives rise to a central value of educational equity, and then a set of practices designed to help each child get ahead. Success isn't just reserved for the gifted and talented. The aim is to give all students great teachers and a personal plan for growth. If students fall behind, it's extremely unusual to hold them back to repeat a grade. To get them up to speed, schools offer earlier interventions with individual tutoring and extra support, and they focus on developing the individual interests of each student, not just promoting their success. Let's see if I can show this. Contrasting education system. That was read it. U.S. winner takes all is on the left. Top students get top teachers and special attention. Achieving excellence, other practices, values. Students with innate ability show their potential early. Finland, opportunity for all. All students get top teachers, which are the practices in Finland. Achieving equality in Finland. All students have potential waiting to be nurtured. The overarching value we place on education doesn't only affect schools, it permeates societies. In the United States, if you ask people what career they respect the most common answer is doctor. In Finland, the most admired profession is often teaching. It might seem like an inviolable accident that Finland's culture happens to nourish excellent education, but a country's values and assumptions about education aren't a given, they're chosen. Starting in the 1970s, Finland launched a major reform to professionalize education. As the education expert Samuel Abrams explained, they advance a core value of education as an instrument of nation building. The reform began with overhauling how teachers were recruited and trained. Unlike Norway, Finland started requiring all teachers to complete master's degrees offered at top universities. That attracted highly motivated, mission-driven candidates. They got advanced training and evidence-based practices, many of which were pioneered in other countries. They also paid teachers well. These values and practices didn't transform the culture overnight. In the early 1990s, a new leader came in and called for another set of dramatic changes to create a new culture of education. Policymakers started engaging teachers and students in a collaborative effort to define their ideal culture. They articulated a new assumption. Teachers were trusted professionals and supported it by introducing practices that gave teachers freedom and flexibility to shape a previously rigid curriculum. Today, Finnish teachers had a great deal of autonomy to use their judgment to help students grow. They're expected to stay up to date on the latest research and to educate and coach one another on applying it. And they don't have to waste time teaching to the test. These reforms set the stage for Finnish schools to build cultures of opportunity. By placing such a premium on teaching, they instilled the assumption that everyone is teachable. As Pasi Sahlberg, the world's foremost authority on Finland's education system, put it, a high-performing school in Finland is one where all students perform beyond expectations. To discover and develop the potential in each of their students, teachers make a fundamental assumption that education should be tailored to individuals. Surprisingly, that doesn't require small classes. A typical Finnish teacher has around 20 students. It involves a set of practices for personalized learning. Finnish schools create cultures of opportunity by enabling students to build individualized relationships, receive individualized support, and develop individualized interests. Let's stay together. What if there was a simple practice every school could implement? With the resources they already have, that would help students achieve greater things around the board. Finland has once. It's designed to promote individualized relationship. It enables teachers to get to know their student and not just their material, and it's recently been tested across the Atlantic. When economists studied several million elementary school students in North Carolina, they found that certain 4th and 5th graders' classrooms were more likely than others to achieve spikes in their math and reading performance. They traced these gains to about 7,000 teachers in particular. I was immediately curious about what those teachers did differently, but it turned out that the crucial difference was at the level of the school system, not the teacher. Students who made significant progress didn't have better teachers. They just happened to have the same teacher for 2 years in a row. The practice is called looping. Instead of staying in the same grade and teaching new students each year, teachers would move up a grade with their students. The benefits of looping aren't specific to North Carolina. A separate team of economists replicated the study with nearly 1 million elementary and middle schoolers in Indiana. They found the same results. With another year to get to know each student personally, teachers gained a deeper grasp of their strengths and struggles and challenges. They're able to tailor their instructional and moral support to help everyone in their class reach their potential. The nuanced tact knowledge that they gained about each student isn't lost in the handoff to the following year's teacher. Finland loves to loop, and I was unprepared for how far they take it. It's common for Finnish elementary schools to have the same teacher for multiple grades, not just 2 years in a row, but up to 6 straight. Instead of just specializing in their subjects, teachers also get to specialize in their students. The role evolves from instructor to coach and mentor. Along with delivering content, they're able to help students progress toward their goals and navigate social and emotional challenges. It didn't occur to me until I read the research, but I was lucky to benefit from looping. My middle school piloted a program to keep students with the same two core teachers for all 3 years. When I struggled with spatial visualization and math, Miss Bolin didn't question my aptitude. Having seen me ace a year of algebra, she knew I was an abstract thinker and taught me to use equations to identify the dimensions of shapes before drawing them in 3D. And after multiple years of observing me, fired me up in social studies and humanities. Miss Minger knew my interests well. She saw a common theme underlying my passions for analyzing character development in Greek mythology and anticipating counterarguments in mock trial, and suggested doing my year-end project on psychology. Thank you, Mama Minnie. Yet looping isn't the norm in American schools. In North Carolina, between 1997 and 2013, 85% of schools didn't do any looping at all, and just 3% of students got the same teacher 2 years in a row. Critics had long worried that switching grades would prevent teachers from developing specialized skills. Parents fret about rolling the dice on the same teacher more than once. What if my kid gets stuck in Mr. Voldemort's class? But in the data, looping actually had the greatest upsides for less effective teachers and lower achieving students. Building an extended relationship did the most good for teachers and students who were struggling, gave them the opportunity to grow together. But what happens when students have challenges beyond what a single teacher can address? When students are struggling, they need more than individualized relationships. That's where Finland goes above and beyond in offering practices for individualized support. I'll stand by you. Years ago, in the Finnish city of Espoo, a sixth grader named Besrat Karbashi was faltering in his classes. His Albanian parents Hello. Yeah, the small hiccup. And yeah. Well, bellissima. Io sono Giorno. Salve. What? Okay. So, no, there's no music. Besitos. I'll stand by you. Years ago, in the Finnish city of Espoo, a sixth grader named Bazar Kabashi was faltering in his class. His Albanian parents had moved them there seeking refuge from the Kosovo War, and the Finnish language was new to him. The school principal, Kari Luvuori, called for an unusual early intervention. He decided to hold Bazar back a year and have him work with a special needs teacher. But to make sure he didn't flounder, Kari stepped up. I took Bazar on that year as my private student. In the United States, I don't remember my school principals ever setting foot in a classroom to see students learning. Yet there was a Finnish school principal who didn't hesitate to volunteer to take time out of his busy schedule to tutor one personally. Kari's love of students runs so deep that for years his morning exercise was to stop by preschool classes and lift 45 kids up above his shoulders as they laughed and cheered. He didn't think twice about helping Bazar. No big fuss, he said. This is what we do every day, prepare kids for life. Benjamin Franklin famously observed that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Dozens of experiments have shown that early interventions can help students facing disadvantages and learning disabilities make leaps in math and reading. But in America, students in many under-resourced schools don't have access to individualized support they need. The majority of states don't even comply with federal special education laws, let alone have the personnel to offer free tutoring and support to students who fall behind or face language barriers. Students like Bazar can easily get lost in the shuffle here, and all too often do. In Finland, every student has access to personalized help and support. It starts at the top. Finnish school leaders aren't merely administrators. They're responsible for checking in on the progress and well-being of every single student, and they expected to spend at least part of their week teaching classes on their own. As principal, Kari's official job title was head teacher. He spent part of each week teaching a class for third grade students. He brought Bazar into his classroom for this year, helping him with reading while the third graders were doing their daily activities. He activated the tutor effect by inviting Bazar to assist the younger students. Over the course of the year, that scaffolding made a real difference. Bazar mastered his new language, caught up to his peers, and learned that he was capable of greater things. The following year, Bazar moved up to another school. Kari touched base with his new teacher periodically to see how he was doing. Years later, Bazar showed up at Kari's Christmas party and handed him a bottle of brandy to thank him for his help. Kari beamed with pride to see that at 20, Bazar was running not only one but two businesses, an auto repair firm and a cleaning company. Although support begins at the top, it doesn't end there. It's built into each level of the Finnish education system. Each school in Finland has a student welfare system. Along with each student's classroom teacher, the team typically includes a psychologist, a social worker, a nurse, and a special education teacher, and the school principal. That's how Kari first learned about Bazar's difficulties. The student welfare team met to discuss how they could best support him. The support system is like a social safety net for students. In most cases, it's an alternative to holding students back when they're struggling. Access to free tutoring gives them the opportunity to improve without being pulled off track. And it isn't only reserved for students who are in dire need. During their first 9 years of school, about 30% of Finnish students receive extra assistance. By identifying challenges early, they're able to prevent bigger problems from brewing. The emphasis on prevention helps to explain why Norway, Finland's Scandinavian neighbor, has fallen short. Norway's education system doesn't do nearly as much early intervention. When students show initial signs of stumbling in America, some states have started to improve in this area. Alabama and West Virginia have raised high school graduation rates by intervening early to support freshmen whose grades have suffered in the transition from middle school to high school. In Finland, starting in the fall of kindergarten, teachers met with parents to develop individualized learning plans for each student. You're probably wondering how teachers can possibly find the time. Finland has cracked that problem with a practice that I've come to find as appealing as blueberry juice. Well, almost. What's distinctive about the Finnish school day is not the length so much as the schedule. Compared to the United States, in Finland, teachers and students have an hour more break time. That gives teachers the space to do lesson planning, grading, and personal development during regular hours, shielding from night and weekend work. It's also a kind of early intervention for teachers, limiting demands and providing control prevents burnout. Keeping their energy high maintains their harmonious passion for teaching, which helps them promote a love of learning in their students from their first days in the school. That love of learning flourishes in an environment designed for students to develop and discover and develop their individual interests. Child's play. I originally became curious about what Finland was doing differently. In early education, when a clever headline grabbed my attention, The Joyful Illiterate Kindergartners of Finland was written by an American elementary school teacher, Tim Walker, who had burned out after struggling to plan lessons that could make his students light up. His wife was from Finland, so they decided to move there for a fresh start. After arriving in Helsinki and landing a teaching job, Tim started popping into different classrooms to get a sense of how things worked. He visited a public kindergarten. He could hardly believe his eyes. He expected to see students sitting at their desks during worksheets to build their cognitive skills, like in the United States. Over time, American kindergarten had become more like first grade. Students spend more time on spelling, writing, and math, and less time on dinosaurs, space, art, and music, and free play. How else could they get ahead on core competencies and be ready to ace standardized tests in 7 years? But Tim saw something completely different in Finland. Kindergartners only sat at their desks for spelling, writing, and math 1 day a week. Each lesson was a maximum of 45 minutes, followed by 15 minutes of recess. This is another practice backed by research, much like they do for adults. Short activity breaks are known to improve children's attention and some aspects of their learning. In Finnish early education, students spent most of their time in play. Mondays might be dedicated to games and field trips. Fridays may be songs and activity stations. Tim watched kindergartners go from playing board games in the morning to building dams in the afternoon, and from singing in a circle to doing the activity of their choice. Some chose to make forts, others dove into arts and crafts. Teachers weren't catering to kindergartners' so-called learning styles. They were giving them ample time to explore their individual interests. Why, some Americans might ask, because Finnish educators assume the most important lesson to teach children is that learning is fun. It's an assumption supported by evidence. Research in the United Kingdom reveals that students who enjoy school at age 6 go on to earn higher standardized test scores at 16. Even after controlling for their intelligence and socioeconomic status, a refrain among Finnish teachers captures it nicely. The work of a child is to play. In the United States, play is practiced in Montessori schools. In Finland, it's mandated in the Common Core for all primary schools. The Finnish government insists that children play because their policymakers understand that play fosters a love of learning. That's a value best developed early on, and one that ultimately builds both better cognitive skills and better character skills. In the Finnish kindergarten that Tim visited, one of the most popular stations was an ice cream shop. Students used their version of Monopoly money to buy and sell imaginary ice cream. As they operated a cash register, took orders, and counted on change, they learned to be proactive and pro-social by practicing basic math and verbal skills. Sure enough, dozens of studies have found that deliberate play is more effective than direct instruction in teaching students some cognitive skills as well as character skills like discipline and determination. And we know Finnish students excelled on the PISA in part because they are among the persistent in the world. Trouble in paradise. When I traveled to Finland a few years ago, I expected citizens to be proud of their education system. But the people I met, from the prime minister to education experts to parents, were generally critical of their schools at first. I chalked it up to Nordic humility. I had learned that the first principle of Scandinavian school code is don't you think you're anything special. I soon found out there was a good reason for them to be disappointed and frustrated. Finland had started slipping on the fourth PISA exam in 2009. After 3 straight victories for the first time, their scores had dipped on all 3 subjects: math, reading, and science. Finland's proficiency trend across PISA cycles. So here's the chart. Hopefully you can read that. If you can't, then whatever. Like, whatever. So those scores kept on sliding for the next 3 exams. By 2008, Finland hadn't just been eclipsed by several Asian countries. They were dumped down to second best in Europe. A tiny country just across the sea had leaped over them. Estonia had climbed up the charts despite a relatively low budget and a sizable number of students per teacher. By 2008, they were 5th in the world overall, and they also had some of the world's smallest performance gaps between schools and between rich and poor students. Estonia's policymakers had studied the Finnish recipe and imported many of their ingredients. Their primary and secondary schools had highly qualified teachers, with master's degrees required and high levels of autonomy offered. They had first grade teachers looping with their students until 3rd, 4th, 5th, or even 6th grade. A strong support system for assisting struggling students rather than having them repeat grades, and a curriculum of play-based education. So if it was working for Estonia, why was Finland suddenly lagging? Let's be clear, Finland might have been failing, but they certainly weren't failing. They were still in the top 10 worldwide, and they'd maintained small performance gaps between schools and between students based on socioeconomic status, but it seemed that their students had somehow lost a step. Experts quickly began examining the many possible reasons for the decline. They speculated about the rise of the complacency and the toll of budget cuts from the 2008 financial crisis. They highlighted that efforts by other countries to import Finnish practices and teach the test hurt Finland's standing. But there was direct evidence for another explanation. Challenges with motivation among boys and high school students in 2018. 70% of students in Finland reported that they didn't try their best on the PISA, and their declining motivation wasn't limited to the test. Finnish students had some of the world's lowest scores on the desires to persist and improve in school. Somewhere along the way, they seem to have lost their love of learning, the very intrinsic motivation that their system was designed to cultivate. A culture of opportunity only succeeds when students are motivated to take advantage of those opportunities. Keeping the love. Finnish policymakers in education didn't abandon their values in the face of a challenge. As their PISA scores dropped, they didn't rush to introduce initiatives to boost their rankings. Instead, they started running experiments on how to make school more motivating. Extensive evidence shows that the wellspring of intrinsic motivation is having the freedom of opportunity to explore interests. Finnish policymakers tested ways to give students at all levels a sense of agency to shape their own learning experiences. In one experiment, Finnish 6th graders got to do a major project that culminated in running their own miniature city. The students operated a local bank, managed a grocery store, and supervised a health clinic. They produced a newspaper and had a student mayor oversee the government. By the end of the project, a student mayor had held court with a pair of distinguished visitors, the actual king and queen of Sweden. The royal couple was in town to learn from one of Finland's new programs, Me and Me City. The initiative has won international awards for educational innovation and promoted entrepreneurial thinking. It's a powerful example, a deliberate play for older students. Think of it as the middle school equivalent of running an imaginary ice cream shop. Students apply for the roles they pick their interests. They pick their interests, and they interview with their teacher for the jobs they want. Me and Me City was such a hit that the majority of Finland's sixth grade students now participate in it. The program is powerful because it puts students in charge of their individualized learning. They're excited to spend weeks preparing for the roles, and they have the freedom to decide how to play them. It's up to them to set their visions, manage their money, and maintain their reputations. They're paid digital salaries, and they get bank cards to buy goods and services from their classmates. Teachers don't have to pull teeth or dangle prizes to encourage students. To participate, their motivation comes from within. And there's a reason to believe it might stick. Preliminary research suggests that along with gaining knowledge, students who participate in the program might become more interested in economics. To learn more about how Finnish schools are promoting intrinsic motivation, I went back to Kari Luvari. He now serves on Finland's Council for Creative Education with his daughter Nelly, a beloved elementary school teacher who advises schools worldwide on adopting Finland's education practices. The father-daughter duo was kind enough to let me crash their family reunion. They told me that although experimental learning programs are a start, there's another key ingredient for intrinsic motivation. Reading is the basic skill for all subjects, Kari explained. If you don't have the motivation to read, you can't study any other subject. Cultivating a desire to read nourishes individual interests. A different kind of recess. A love of reading often begins at home. The Finnish Reading Center recently found that over half of parents felt they weren't reading enough to their kids. They started giving a free bag of books to every baby born in Finland. Although filling our homes with books might be a start, psychologists find that it's not enough. If we want our kids to enjoy reading, we need to make books part of our lives. That involves talking about books during meals and car rides, visiting libraries and bookstores, giving books as gifts, and letting them see us read. Children pay attention to our attention where we focus tells them what we prize. And how do you get yours to read exactly? And it's just a picture of a mom talking to another mom, being like, hey, you should read. How do you get them to work together? When my daughter Elena was in kindergarten, she asked why I didn't read books. My shelves were overflowing with books. How could she think a writer wouldn't read? That's like an actor not watching movies, or a painter refusing to set foot in a museum. Then I realized why she'd never seen me tear through a novel. I did my reading in bed after she fell asleep. The next night, I told her it was time for us to start reading the first Harry Potter together. Her older sister joined in, and taking turns every few pages, we read the entire book out loud. Fast forward a few years, and our kids had created a family book club. When they discovered the series, they loved. My wife, Allison, and I read it and talked about it with them. One night, over an hour past their bedtimes, I caught all three of their kids with their lamps on. They were sneaking extra reading time in. I could barely contain my delight. Reading is a gateway to opportunity. It opens the doors for children to keep learning. But books face increasingly stiff competition from TV, video games, and social media. Compared to 2000 and 2018, the average Finnish teen was spending 77 fewer hours a year reading for fun. This isn't unique to Finnish students. In America, students' enthusiasm about reading continues to wane year after year. By high school, they're typically somewhere between indifferent toward reading and disliking it outright. One of the great failings of English and literature classes is forcing students to slog through the classics, rather than giving them the opportunity to choose books that pique their interests. Research reveals that when students get to pick their own books and read in class, they become more passionate about reading. It's a virtuous cycle. The more they read for fun, the better they get, and the more they like it. And the more they like it, the more they learn, and the better they perform on exams. A teacher's task is not to ensure that students have read the literacy canons. It's to kindle excitement about reading. In Finland, when Nelly Uvari saw her elementary schoolers languish through reading, she invented a new kind of recess. Every Monday, she took her students on a little field trip to library recess. There wasn't a set list of books. No, I messed it up. They got to choose their own. They got to know the librarians, who in turn got to know their interests and started stopping by Nellie's classroom. With teachers on relevant new releases. Once students had selected their books for the week, Nellie also gave them the choice of where they wanted to read. Soon they had a new class tradition. They took their books to a nearby forest and pored over the pages between the trees. Throughout the year, Nellie invited students to write about the books they loved. The assignment wasn't a traditional book report, where trudge through a summary to hand in to your teacher. They don't get inspired that way, they told me. To make it engaging and interactive, whenever students were passionate about a book, the floor was theirs to tell their classmates about it. It became another tradition. Before she knew it, Nellie had a room full of budding book critics. This is the kind of fuel that can propel learning anywhere. For almost any kid and almost anything, interest is amplified when we have the opportunity to choose what we learn and share it with others. Intrinsic motivation is contagious. When students talk about the books that light up their imaginations, it crystallizes why they love them and gives others a chance to catch their enthusiasm. Only time will tell whether these kinds of opportunities are enough to spark and sustain a love of learning. But Finland remains a role model on what we may be the most important dimension of all. As much as they value education, what impresses me more about their culture is that they don't put performance above well-being. In too many elite education systems, students sacrifice their mental health for excellence. In America, research shows that students at achieving high schools are clinically depressed and anxious at rates 3 to 7 times higher than the national norm. In China, students taught the PISA countries on life satisfaction. Between the pressure to be perfect and the stress of studying for long hours, more than half of Chinese students reported feeling sometimes or always miserable, and over 3/4 felt sometimes or always sad. By contrast, in Finland, fewer than a third of high schoolers' students were miserable, and under half were sad. They pulled off high test scores while doing an average of only 2.9 hours of homework per week, less than the typical Chinese teen does in a single day. On the 2018 PISA, Finland ranked first of all 77 countries on performance per hour studying. That means they've maintained their reign on the ultimate metric for growth, learning efficiency. Exactly how they do it remains too complex to distill into a simple recipe. Most experts believe it's a combination of high quality teaching, intrinsic motivation fueling deeper learning, lower stress, and test anxiety, improving focus, and character skills developed early, paying off over time. Right now, what we know is that Finland is the best in the world at helping students progress without monopolizing their time, wreaking havoc on their lives, or making them hate school. Their deepest underlying assumption may be that the trade-off between doing well and being well is a false choice. An education system isn't truly successful until all children, regardless of background and resources, have the opportunity to reach their potential. Building schools where students achieve greater things isn't about focusing on a single few and pushing them to excel. It's about fostering a culture that allows all students to grow intellectually and thrive emotionally. '98. So the next chapter is about 20 pages. I'm going to take another break. Chapter 8, Mining for Gold. We're going to go mining in Minecraft. I'll be back. And then I realized I messed up the blanket behind me, so I'll fix that too. I look like a mess. Oh, you slop. I'm sorry. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Uh, yeah, back to the reading segment. So we have about 50 pages left, so probably be done in about an hour. That'll be like a 3-hour stream. Then I might play one game of Dota, but I might end stream and then start stream again. Or, yeah, we'll see. That way it's separate. Mining for Gold, Chapter 8. Unearthing collective intelligence in teams. Some other eyes will look around and find the things I've never found. Malvina Reynolds. The second they saw the avalanche start raining down from above, a group of men raced for cover. Some of their colleagues couldn't see it yet, but the sound was unmistakable. An ominous low rumble that intensified into an ear-splitting crack. A gust lifted one of them off the ground and sent another sailing through the air. They picked themselves up and started making their escape on foot, struggling to see or hear with rocks flying everywhere. They feared they wouldn't make it. Then they spotted a pickup truck barreling down the road. They jumped aboard and held on for dear life as the truck crashed twice. When they reached the bottom of the road, they were finally safe from the avalanche, but they weren't really safe. They were trapped 2,300 feet underground. It was August 2010, and a gold and copper mine in Chilean desert had just collapsed. A massive chunk of rock as tall as a 45-story building had broken free from the mound above. The only entrance was blocked more than 70,000 tons of rock. There were 33 men sealed inside. They were given less than 1% chance of making it out alive. Yet 69 days later, they were all reunited with their families. It was a monumental and miraculous rescue effort. This was the longest humans had ever survived after being trapped underground. As I watched the rescue collapse, bring the first miner to safety, my eyes welled up with tears of joy and relief. Also, one second. I just realized I'm not feeding the audio into the whoops. Switch. There we go. Now I can hear it. Do I need to hear it? No, that's fine. I think it's loud enough. Oops. I'll go back a bit. At the offset of the rescue mission, no one knew if the miners were even still alive. As there was no easy way to determine that, the maps of the mine were unfinished and outdated. Sorry. Yet 69 days later, they were reunited with their families. It was a monumental and miraculous rescue effort. This was the longest humans had ever survived after being trapped underground. As I watched the rescue capsule bring the first miner to safety, my eyes welled up with tears of joy and relief. If you were one of the billion people tuning in to the event live, yours probably did too. At the moment, most of the coverage focused on how the miners made it. It wasn't until years later that I realized how the rescue team could teach us about how groups travel together, greater together. At the outmost of the rescue mission, no one knew if the miners were even still alive, and there was no easy way to determine that. The maps of the mine were unfinished and outdated, leaving the rescue team drilling blind. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack twice the height of the Eiffel Tower. They had to estimate the location of the miners and the curved path of a massive drill. If they were off by just a few degrees at the surface, they could miss the mark by hundreds of feet in the mine. One day, on day 17, the rescue team found a glimmer of hope. As one of the drills finally reached the area where they expected the safety refuge to be, they tried to send a signal to the miners by pounding the drill with a hammer. It sounded like something was banging back. Sure enough, when they spun the drill in reverse to bring it to the surface, they found the end covered in orange paint. With pieces of paper attached to it, the trapped miners had written notes and said they had all survived. Just in case the notes got shredded and detached, they spray painted the drill as proof of life. By that point, however, the miners were in dire straits. Their supplies had dwindled. They were down to contaminated water and a single bite of tuna fish every 3 days. The rescue team was able to buy them some time by drilling tiny holes that wouldn't risk another collapse of that mine. One for food and water, another for oxygen and electricity. But now they had to figure out how to drill a hole wide enough for humans, half a mile deep, though rock harder than granite, without burying the miners alive. A rescue like this had never been attempted before, let alone successful. When we face complex and pressuring problems, we know we can't solve them alone. We assume our most important decision is to assemble the most knowledgeable people. Once we found the right experts, we put our future in their hands. But that's not what the leaders of the Chilean mine rescue did. Instead of merely relying on an exclusive group of established experts, they built a system to bring a broader and deeper pool of ideas and intelligence to the surface. When they made their first voice contract with the miners, it was thanks to a $10 innovation from a small-time entrepreneur. The eventual rescue has made possible by a series of suggestions from a 24-year-old engineer who wasn't even part of the team. Maximizing group intelligence is about more than enlisting individual experts, and it involves more than merely bringing people together to solve a problem. Unlocking the hidden potential in groups requires leadership practice, team processes, and systems that harness the capabilities and contributions of all their members. The best teams aren't the ones with the best thinkers. They're the teams that unearth and use the best thinking from everyone. Any team won't do. I first started wondering how groups come together to achieve greater things when I was a junior in high school or in college. It happened in the class that hooked me on organizational psychology, affectionately known as Psych 8:30 a.m. Rumor had it that the professor taught it so early in the morning in the hopes of attracting only the most motivated students. Fewer games. They also failed to improve over the season, especially if their point guard, their primary passer, and play caller scored high on narcissism. Narcissists are ball hogs, and the most undervalued players are the ones who help their teammates score. When they had pro-social skills, team members are able to bring out the best in one another. Collective intelligence rises as team members recognize one another's strengths, develop strategies for leveraging them, and motivate one another to align their efforts in pursuit of a shared purpose. Unleashing hidden potential is about more than having the best pieces, it's about having the best glue. It's not all about me. Pro-social skills are the glue that transforms groups into teams. Instead of operating as lone wolves, people become part of a cohesive pack. We normally think about cohesion in terms of interpersonal connection, but team building and bonding exercises are overrated. Yes, icebreakers and ropes courses can breed camaraderie, but meta-analysis suggests that they don't necessarily improve team performance. What really makes a difference is whether the people recognize that they need one another to succeed on an important mission. That's what enables them to bond around a common identity and stick together to achieve their collective goals. This kind of cohesion is what the Golden 13 built to achieve Navy officer training altogether. And that's what Richard Hackman eventually found was missing in too many intelligence units. In his research, most analysts were assigned to a specific unit, but that's all it really was, an assignment. They shared a boss and a water cooler, but not much else. They didn't spend enough time exchanging ideas, coaching one another, or learning together. When they sent reports to one another, it was mostly formality. They were just checking a box. Putting people in a group doesn't automatically make them a team. Richard showed that the best groups of intelligence analysis gelled into real teams. They were evaluated on a collective outcome. They aligned around a common goal and carved out a unique role for each member. They knew their results depended on everyone's input, so they shared their knowledge and coached one another on a regular basis. That made it possible for them to become one big sponge. They were able to absorb, filter, and adapt to information as it emerged and evolved. Leaders play an important role in establishing cohesion. They have the authority to turn independent individuals into an interdependent team, but all too often, when it comes time to decide who takes the helm, we fail to consider the glue factor. When we select leaders, we don't usually pick the person with the strongest leadership skills. We frequently choose the person who talks the most. It's called the Babel effect. Research shows that groups promote the people who command the most airtime, regardless of their aptitude and expertise. We mistake confidence for competence, certainty for credibility, and quantity for quality. We get stuck following people who dominate the discussion instead of those who elevate it. It's not just the loudest voices who rise to lead even if they aren't qualified. The worst babblers are the ball hogs. In many cases, the people with the poorest pro-social skills are the biggest egos, and the biggest egos end up assuming the mantle, and a great cost to teams and organizations. In a meta-analysis, highly narcissistic people were more likely to rise into leadership roles, but they were less effective in their roles. They made self-serving decisions and instilled a zero-sum view of success, provoking cutthroat behavior and undermining cohesion and collaboration. Collective intelligence is best served by a different kind of leader. The people to promote are the ones with the pro-social skills to put the mission above their ego, and team cohesion above personal glory. They know that the goal isn't to be the smartest person in the room, it's to make the entire room smarter. Glued together we stand. After the mine collapse in Chile, the first few days of the rescue effort were sheer chaos. There were multiple police units on the scene, along with mining officials, firefighters, rescue workers, and rock climbers. There were geologists and engineers analyzing the technical possibilities. There were mining convoys working haphazardly to deploy 6 different types of drills. It was a group of capable people, not a cohesive team capable of collective intelligence. 4 days in, Chile's president summoned a leader. The order came so suddenly that Andre Sogar would later say it felt as if he'd been kidnapped. After more than 2 decades as a mining engineer in Chile, Andrew was managing the world's largest underground mine. He was working there about 600 miles south of the accident when he got an urgent request to report to the presidential palace. He was still wearing his miner's helmet as he boarded the presidential jet and received his directive in midair. Lead the mission to rescue the 33 men trapped in the Copiapo mine. It was a race against the clock. Every second counted. Facing that level of pressure, with high levels hanging in the balance, many of us would rely on drill sergeants to whip the group into shape and establish order. But when people are already determined, we don't need a leader to bark commands. Research demonstrates that when organizations have cultures that prize results over relationships, if they have a leader who puts people first, they actually achieve greater performance gains. When everyone is scrambling to make a rapid rescue, they want someone in charge who cares about everyone. Wait a minute. Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Does that not work? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hello, 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 hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Wee you, wee you. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. It's like a specific spot. I think they were just have been used for so long that they were like dusty. Oh, not gonna hear myself very well. A little too well. Hello. Is that better? I'll say I can't hear the stream, so. 1 second. Hello, hello, hello. That's pretty good. Fancy. Down here mentions it's very extrovert at the top. So 93% of total top executives are extroverts. 88% of executives are extroverts. 83% of mid-level managers are extroverts. 78% of first-line managers are extroverts. 71% of supervisors are extroverts. And then general population, it's a mixed bag. I thought I could hear myself twice, but and here's the chart. Very showing extroverts lead everyone. That's your responsibility. If you're an extrovert, you gotta lead people. And yeah, you end up being in charge. That's how it goes. So competence matters, but it isn't enough. Andre was certainly respected by his technical knowledge, but so were many other candidates. What set him apart was his reputation for pro-social skills. He was selected based off on his ability to bring out the best in teams. He has a lot of patience, an executive who recommended him observed, and an exceptional ability to listen and reach conclusions after listening to all sides. We don't normally think of listening skills as vital to leadership. Around the world, great leaders are stereotyped as outgoing and assertive. In the United States, the vast majority of leaders and managers score above the midpoint on extroversion. The higher you look at the hierarchy, the more extroverts you find. Even in more traditionally introverted countries like China, extroverts are seen as the prototypical leaders. But one of many research projects examined whether extroverts are actually more effective leaders than introverts. and revealed a more nuanced picture of the ideal leadership style. What made for effective leadership depended on how proactive a team was. When teams were relatively reactive, waiting for a direction from above, extroverts drove the best results. They asserted their visions and motivated teams to follow their lead. But when teams were proactive, bringing many ideas and suggestions to the table, it was introverts who led them to achieve greater things. The more reserved leaders came across as more receptive to input from below, which gave them access to better ideas and left their teams more motivated. With a team of sponges, the best leader is not the person who talks the most, but the one who listens best. In Chile, Andre's first leadership was to wield his listening skills. Despite the time pressure, he didn't rush into action. When he arrived at mine, aptly nicknamed Campamento Esperanza, which is Camp Hope, he was greeted by familiar faces. His support team of 32 included people he already knew well for years of collaboration. They included mine superintendents he trained with and a crisis communication psychologist he'd worked with. The shared mission was clear: to find the miners and save them as quickly as possible. What was missing was a cohesive strategy. Andre began interviewing the experts on site to find out what they knew, and he listened. He learned that his original plan of entering the mine through the tunnels wasn't an option. He quickly shifted his attention to drilling and set out to appoint the right leaders to coordinate the efforts. Andre intentionally didn't hand the reins to the most experienced drillers or the most assertive managers. Instead, he put the people with the strongest pro-social skills in charge. The mine superintendent, who ended up spearheading the collaboration between the drillers, was known for his consultative leadership style. He went out of his way to seek the team's input on strategy and walk them through his reasoning as he made each and every decision. Due to the collapse, the mine was increasingly unstable, with the ground shifting as the team worked. To maximize the chances of a rescue, Andre and his colleagues made a critical decision. Instead of committing to one drilling plan, they would pursue multiple plans simultaneously. Andre needed ideas fast. He started holding daily meetings with the full rescue team. As he put it later, he knew there would be no super leader. Who had all the answers. It was time to build a team process and an organizational system to unlock collective intelligence. Many brains make light work. When we're confronting a vexing problem, we often gather a group to brainstorm. We're looking to get the best ideas as quickly as possible. I love seeing it happen, except for one tiny wrinkle. Brainstorming usually backfires. In brainstorming meetings, many good ideas are lost, and few are gained. Extensive evidence shows that when we generate ideas together, we fail to maximize collective intelligence. Brainstorming groups fall so far short of their potential that we get more ideas and better ideas if we all work alone. As the humorist Dave Barry quipped, if you had to identify in one word the reason why the human race has not achieved and never will achieve its full potential, the word would be meetings. The problem isn't meetings themselves, it's how we run them. Think about the brainstorming session you've attended. You're probably seeing people bite their tongues due to their ego threat. I don't want to look stupid. Noise. We can't all talk at once. And conformity pressure. Let's all jump on the boss's bandwagon. Goodbye diversity of thought. Hello groupthink. These challenges are amplified for people who lack power or status. The most junior person in the room, the sole woman of color in a team of bearded white dudes, the introvert drowning in a sea of extroverts. Meetings. None of us is as dumb as all of us. To unearth the hidden potential in teams, instead of brainstorming, we're better off shifting to a process called brain writing. The initial steps are solo. You start by asking everyone to generate ideas separately. Next, you pull them and share them anonymously among the group. To preserve independent judgment, each member evaluates them on their own. Only then does the team come together to select and refine the most promising options. By developing and assessing ideas individually before choosing and elaborating them, teams can surface and advance possibilities that might not get attention otherwise. Research by Anita Woolley and her colleagues helps to explain why this method works. They found that another key to collective intelligence is balanced participation. In brainstorming meetings, it's too easy for participation to become lopsided in favor of the biggest egos. The loudest voices and the most powerful people, the brainwriting process makes sure that all ideas are brought to the table and all voices are brought into the conversations. Sure enough, there's evidence that brainwriting is especially effective in groups that struggle to achieve collective intelligence. Collective intelligence begins with individual creativity, but it doesn't end there. Individuals produce a greater volume and variety of novel ideas when they work alone. That means that they come up with more brilliant ideas in groups, but also more terrible ideas in groups. It takes collective judgment to find the signal in the noise. In Chile, Andre Sogart didn't get the best ideas by gathering his team for long brainstorming sessions. Instead, he and his colleagues established a global brainwriting system to crowdsource search and rescue proposals from a diverse network of contracts. To shield the process from the havoc at the mine, they set up a separate team to gather and vet ideas off-site, hundreds of miles south in Santiago. The team gathered submissions from around the world via Chile's Ministry of Mining website. They also invited ideas from sources that varied as UPS, NASA, the Chilean Navy, an Australian company that specialized in 3D mapping software, and a group of American drilling experts who had stationed in Afghanistan. They ranked the proposal on feasibility and then intervened the people with the most promising submissions. Hundreds of ideas poured in, and some were far-fetched. One contributor suggested strapping panic buttons to 1,000 mice and letting them loose in the mine, hoping the miners would find them. Another spent 2 weeks inventing a miniature yellow plastic telephone to send down a hole to the miners. It looked as if it had arrived straight from 1986 and gave the engineers on site a much needed laugh. As usual, brainwriting yielded variance as well as volume. Thankfully, some of the submissions provided more than entertainment value. An independent mining engineer pitched the idea of transporting food and water via a 3.5-inch tube. The idea adopted his suggestion and ended up becoming a lifeline for the miners. Along with providing sustenance, it became their conduct for communicating with the rescuers. The rescue team sent a high-tech camera down to the miners. For the first time, they could see one another, but the audio didn't work. The engineers tried a number of solutions, but all of them failed. Finally, they swallowed their pride and called for the tiny yellow phone. After attaching it to a fiber optic cable, the plastic device that cost $10 to make became the sole means of speaking with the miners. The sole entrepreneur who built it, Pedro Gallo, talked with the trapped men every day. Letting 1,000 flowers bloom. Having located the miners and open communication skills, the rescue team moved full speed ahead on extracting them. Plan A was to use a massive drill to bore a hole. The problem was that it was expected to take 4 months, and there was no guarantee that the mine would remain intact through the process. And no one could predict whether the miners would face medical emergencies or mental breakdowns before that. The most extensive analysis of the collaboration lessons from the rescue team was led by the colleague Amy Edmondson. She started her career as an engineer, became a disciple of Richard Hawkins, and is now among the world's foremost experts on teams. After interviewing many of the key players in the rescue effort, Amy encouraged me to dig into one story in particular, assuring me it was worth its weight in gold. One day, a young engineer named Igor Proetsky was on site delivering drilling equipment when he bumped into the geologists overseeing the drill. He told them about an idea. Oops. Boop. There you go. He had to access the miners faster. It was a bold alternative to plan A. Instead of slowly drilling a new hole, what if they rapidly expanded one of the existing holes? Igor thought they might be able to do it with a tool called a cluster hammer, a special drill designed to smash right through rock. Igor didn't expect his suggestion to go anywhere. He was one of the youngest, least experienced engineers at the site. His role was to advise drill operators on how to use the company's equipment effectively, not to propose new strategies. and technologies. But when he mentioned his idea to the geologists, they asked him to share it with Andre Sogar. Could he have his presentation ready in 2 hours? You want me to do what? Igor remembers thinking he didn't know why anyone would listen to him. I was just 24 years old giving my opinion. Igor immediately got to work. He wasn't sure whether the right tool even existed. They called the owner of an American company that manufactured cluster hammers, and they hatched the plan. They predicted that it would take a month and a half, but with that speed came higher risk. The technology had never been tried in Chile and had never been used to drill holes this wide, anywhere near this deep. They would also have to custom design a drill to do it, and they wouldn't have time to do it before they used it. Later that day, when Igor presented the idea, Andre didn't shut him down. He wasn't looking for an excuse to say no. He was listening carefully for reasons to say yes. This is probably the most important job of his life, Igor recalls. And despite my experience and age, he listened to me, asked questions, gave it a chance. Andre asked him to put together a pitch for Chile's mining minister. Soon the idea was approved. It was now Plan B, and the two plans would operate in parallel. In many organizations, Igor wouldn't have had the chance to pitch his idea in the first place, let alone have it adopted. In a normal organization, he would never have spoken up. Amy Edmondson told me, but in this setting, the climate had been created where he felt he could, and he did. We normally call that a climate for voice and psychological safety. There's evidence that just being looked at by the leader is enough to encourage people who lack status to speak up. But as I dug into Amy's research, something caught my eyes. The rescue leaders hadn't just established a climate, they had built an unconventional system for making sure the ideas were carefully considered rather than dismissed. And it's a system that I've seen unlock collective intelligence in all kinds of settings. Barbarians against gatekeepers. In most workplaces, opportunity exists on a ladder. The person immediately above you is in charge of decisions about your growth. Your direct boss sets your job description, vets your suggestion, and determines readiness for promotion. If you can't get your boss to hear you out, your proposal is toast. The system is simple, but it's also stupid. It gives one individual far too much power to shut creativity down and shut people up. A single no is enough to kill an idea or even stall a career. It's easy for managers to find reasons to say no. Your idea might be a threat to their ego if it's good, or their image if it's bad. They might question your motives or your reasoning. My research shows that when you bring a suggestion to managers, if you don't have a reputation for being pro-social and level-headed, that can be enough to turn the tide around you, against you. In many cases, unproven ideas carry too much risk and uncertainty. Managers know that if they bet on a bad idea, it might be a career-limiting move. But if they pass on a good idea, it's unlikely anyone would ever find out. And even if managers are supportive on an idea, if they perceive leaders above them as opposed to it, they tend to see it as a losing proposition. All it takes is one gatekeeper to close off a new frontier. That kind of hierarchy is set up to reject ideas with hidden potential. You can see it clearly in the tech world. Xerox programmers pioneered the personal computer, but struggled to get managers to commercialize it. An engineer at Kodak invented the first digital camera, but couldn't persuade management to prioritize it. Organizations can solve this problem with a different kind of hierarchy, a powerful alternative to a corporate ladder and a lattice. A physical lattice is a crisscrossing structure that looks like a checkerboard. In organizations, a lattice is an organizational chart with channels across levels and between teams. Rather than putting one path of reporting and responsibility for you to the people above you in the hierarchy, a lattice offers multiple paths to the top. A lattice system isn't a matrix organization. You're not stuck with 8 different bosses breathing down your neck like an office space. You don't have multiple managers holding you back and shooting you down. The goal is to give you access to multiple leaders who are willing and able to help move you forward and lift you up. The best example I've seen on a lattice system is at W.L. Gore, the company known for making waterproof Gore-Tex gloves and jackets. Back in the mid-1900s, a rank and file medical device engineer at Gore named Dave Myers figured out that coating the gear cables on his mountain bike with Gore-Tex protected them from grit. It dawned on him that Gore-Tex might also be useful for repelling the grip from human hands that leads guitar strings to lose their tone over time. Even though it wasn't part of his day job, Dave took the initiative to mock up a prototype. He brought it to some senior people, but they didn't think it was worth pursuing. They had technical objections. They can't coat a vibrating string with fluoropolymer. You'll ruin the sound. They had strategic concerns. We're not in the music business. Why would we make guitar strings? In a typical organization, those protests would have been enough to squash the idea, but Gore has a lattice system. Whenever you have an idea, you're granted the freedom to go to a range of different senior people. To get your project off the ground, all you need is one leader who's willing to sponsor it. So Dave, socializing his idea, eventually found a sponsor, Richie Snyder, who connected him with an engineer named John Spencer. For the next year, Dave and John dedicated part of every work week to the unproven idea. Instead of seeing those kinds of side projects as diverting or disobedient, Gore encouraged them and gave them the people dabble time to tinker. To make headway on the guitar strings, Dave and John didn't need Richie's formal approval. They just gave him regular updates as they developed and tested prototypes with thousands of musicians. A lattice system rejects two unwritten rules that dominate ladder hierarchies. Don't go behind your boss's back or above your boss's head. Amy Edmonds research shows that these implicit rules stop many people from speaking up and being heard. The purpose of a lattice system is to remove the punishment for going around and above the boss. At Gore, Dave and John weren't shy about going above Richie when they needed ideas and support. They took advantage of the leeway to contact anyone at any time. At one point, they even had the chairman and CEO himself dropping into the meetings and giving advice. It took Dave, John, and their makeshift team 18 months to develop and launch the product. Just 15 months later, their Elixir strings became the market leader in strings for acoustic guitars. It's not every day that an idea hatched in the medical products division makes a dent in the music industry. But it did thanks to the lattice system. Even when organizational charts look like ladders, it's possible to design ADHOC lattice systems to surface and propel fledgling ideas. I see these systems often in innovation tournaments, contests to generate novel solutions to problems. Dow Chemical once issued an internal call for proposals to save energy and reduce waste, offering to sponsor the most promising ideas from the employees that cost no more than $200,000 and had the potential to pay for themselves within a year. Over the next decade, they bet on 575 ideas, which saved the company an average of $110 million a year. In this kind of innovation tournament, decisions aren't up to individual gatekeepers. A lattice system engages people at different levels to peer reviews on the submissions. This prevents entries from being shut down prematurely or unfairly, ensuring that every idea gets due consideration. Weak leaders silence the voice and shoot the messenger. Strong leaders welcome voice and thank the messenger. Great leaders build systems to amplify voice and elevate the messenger. I'll say that again. Weak leaders silence voice and shoot the messenger. Strong leaders welcome voice and thank the messenger. Great leaders build systems to amplify voice and elevate the messenger. Light at the bottom of the tunnel. When I first learned about how Igor Pototsky pitched his Plan B, I immediately recognized the hallmarks of a lattice system. It was why he was able to bring his idea to the geologists supervising the drilling, and why they took him straight to the top despite his youth and inexperience. But the benefits of the lattice system became even more visible about a month into the rescue initiative. Plan A was moving even slower than anticipated, and Plan B was looking better and better. Igor had been right about the clustered hammer. It was smashing swiftly and smoothly through the rock. It had a clear advantage until it stopped working altogether. A third of the way down, it kept spinning, but it stopped cutting. It turned out they'd hit a series of iron rods and were in place to reinforce the mine, which had shattered the hammer's drill bit into pieces. One of those pieces, a hunk of metal the size of a basketball, was now blocking the hole they were expanding to reach the miners. The team tried to bash the metal out and pull it out with magnets, but it wouldn't budge. They were ready to give up on Igor's Plan B. The next day, Igor had another idea. He remembered an extraction tool he'd read about in school. An industrial version of an arcade claw machine. My wife, Allison, is the master of that machine. But we had no idea it served a purpose higher than winning plush teddy bears. It was exactly the kind of approach they needed. If you could lower a metal jaw and clamp its teeth around the obstructing piece of metal, they could extract it and clear the hole. When Igor first suggested the claw machine to a few people on site, they didn't listen. But due to the lattice system, he knew he had other routes to getting his idea heard. After 2 days of having his idea ignored at lower levels, Igor managed to get an audience with the Chilean mining company. Chilean mining minister himself. He gave it to the green light. He who gave it the green light. For the next 5 days, he tried and failed until finally captured the broken drill bit, lifted it out, and opened the hole. Best claw prize ever. To everyone's relief, Plan B was back on track. Late one evening the following month, a rescue worker went down to the hole in a capsule. Shortly before midnight, the capsule came back on carrying the first miner. And less than 24 hours later, the rescue capsule carried the foreman, the last of the 33 miners, out through the hole. Igor's claw idea saved his Plan B, and his idea for Plan B helped save lives. There's no question that he would applaud the creative efforts for him and so many others. But let's not forget the unsung heroes of the story. The leadership practices, team processes, and systems of opportunity that made it possible for people to speak up and be heard. If we listen only to the smartest people in the room, we miss out on discovering the smarts that the rest of the room has to offer. Our greatest potential isn't always hidden inside us. Sometimes it sparks between us, and sometimes it comes from outside our team altogether. Chapter 8. About 23 pages left. 24. And that short epilogue. Caca. Okay, wow, that's pretty good. Let's just check it out. Okay. Chapter 9, Diamonds in the Rough. Discovering uncut gems in job interviews and college admissions. Success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life, as by the obstacles overcome while trying to succeed. Booker T. Washington. On a historic evening in 1972, 10-year-old Jose Hernandez kneeled in front of an old black and white television. He gripped the rabbit's ears of the antenna, using his body to boost the signal. As a fuzzy image on the screen became clearer, Jose watched the last Apollo astronauts bound across the surface of the moon. Jose was mesmerized by the moonwalk, but he yearned for an even better view. He unglued his eyes from the screen, raced across to look at the moon, and ran back to see one of the astronauts taking his final giant leap. Jose hoped that one day he could etch his own footsteps alongside the lunar dirt. Many kids go through an astronaut phase, but Jose was committed to making his dream a reality. Since his strongest subjects were math and science, he decided engineering would be his ride to space. Over the next 2 decades, he earned a bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering, and landed a job as an engineer at a federal research facility. He wanted to make his application as strong as possible for NASA. In 1989, Jose was ready to throw his hat in the ring. He carefully filled out the 47 sections of the astronaut application, enclosed his resume and transcripts, and shipped his packet off to Houston. Soon he was checking his mailbox daily, eagerly awaiting an envelope from NASA. After 10 long months, it finally arrived. He ripped it up open and read the letter from the head of the astronaut selection office. Not selected. Jose wasn't fazed. His aspirations were high, but his expectations were modest. He knew the odds were long. He took the initiative to call NASA for feedback, and followed up with a letter asking how he could improve. I would like to increase my chances during the next selection process by correcting or improving any deficiencies that I may be unaware of. but were discovering in my application package. I would therefore deeply appreciate any feedback you can provide regarding the status of my application, the level of consideration it was given, and any comments, if possible, made by reviewers concerning my application. A special thank you for taking time off your schedule to fill one of what must be thousands of requests. NASA got back to him with disappointing news. Since he hadn't made it past the initial screening, they didn't have notes or advice for him to absorb. Undeterred, he applied again and was rejected again. Jose didn't give up hope. He kept putting himself back in the ring, revising his resume, highlighting his strengths, updating his references as he reapplied, only to be met with rejection after rejection. He couldn't even get his foot in the door for an interview. In 1996, the last rejection broke his spirit. Jose had the sinking feeling that he would never be enough for NASA. He crumbled the letter into a ball and threw it at the garbage can. He was so disappointed that when he missed, he just left it on the floor. In life, there are few things more consequential than judgments people make on our potential. When colleagues evaluate students for admission and employers interview applications for jobs, they're making forecasts about future success. These predictions can become gateways to opportunity. Whether the door swings open or slams shut hangs in the balance of their assessments. What Jose didn't know was that none of his applications were registered a blip on NASA's radar. They were looking for people with operational experience making decisions in high-stress environments. They expected to see noteworthy accomplishments by engineers. They took notice of applicants who graduated at the top of their class. NASA was focused on finding people who had already achieved great things, and by their standards, that wasn't Jose. But what NASA failed to capture, as so many organizations do, was candidates' potential for doing greater things. In the time between application cycles, Jose had developed and demonstrated the unusual combination of technical, physical, and character skills that NASA supposedly prized. With a mentor at work, he won a government grant and developed a digital cancer detection technology that helped save many lives. In his spare time, he ran 7 marathons with a personal best under 3 hours, 26.2 miles at a pace under 7 minutes per mile. Along with being disciplined and determined, he was pro-social. He volunteered to tutor high school students in math, started a chapter of a professional society for Mexican-American scientists and engineers, and served his community in a series of local and national leadership roles. Each time he reapplied to be an astronaut, he highlighted new accomplishments, but that didn't make a dent. NASA missed the markers of Jose's potential because their selection process was designed to detect them. They had information about work experience and past performance, not life experience and background. They didn't know that Jose was raised in a family of migrant farm workers. They didn't know that when he started kindergarten in California, he didn't speak English, and it wasn't until he turned 12 that he finally felt fluent. They didn't know that he had traveled a great distance just to make it to college and become an engineer. The lack of accomplishments in his early applications seemed to reveal the absence of ability, but it actually indicated the presence of adversity. It's a mistake to judge people solely by the heights they've reached. By favoring applicants who had already excelled, selection systems underestimate the overlook candidates who are capable of greater things. When we confuse past performance with future potential, we miss out on people whose achievements have involved overcoming major obstacles. We need to consider how steep their slope was, how far they've climbed, and how they've grown along the way. The test of a diamond is in the rough. It's not whether it shines from the start, but how it responds to heat or pressure. The sorting hat is out of sorts. For much of human history, opportunity was a privilege, a birthright. If you had noble blood, the world was your oyster. If you weren't from the right background, your lot was almost already cast, and your options were limited. Across centuries, in many cultures, this dynamic has transformed as people have challenged monarchies, aristocrats, and caste systems. In Confucian China, successive dynasties began opening government posts to anyone who could pass the difficult civil service exam. They still had a long way to go. Because women and people with disabilities were prohibited from taking the exam, in ancient Greece, Socrates and Plato proposed that society should be ruled by philosopher kings who earned their wisdom by studying. Their intent was not merely to reimagine how people are chosen to lead, it was to pave the way for new social orders that rewarded individuals for agency and ability. Today, opening doors to anyone qualified is a high priority for universities and employers. In principle, application processes invite people from a wide range of backgrounds to show what they're capable of. But in practice, our systems for judging qualifications are flawed. In schools and workplaces, selection systems are usually designed to detect excellence. That means people who are on their way to excellence rarely make the cut. We don't pay enough attention to these people and their pasts, which are often filled with speed bumps and roadblocks. When we fail to see hidden potential along with the shattering people's dreams, we'll lose out on their contributions. Our errors in identifying potential come at multiple stages of the assessment process as we struggle to contend with limited time and large applicant pools. During an initial screening, it's impossible to really get to know every candidate. There isn't an algorithm for spotting diamonds. In the rough, there aren't enough hours in the day to do a deep dive into each person's life history. Evaluators end up making life-altering decisions for candidates who have been reduced to thin slices of information. In the first stages of hiring, employees try to address this challenge by relying on credentials. The assumption is that the best colleges admit and produce the best candidates, yet pedigrees aren't all that are cracked up to be. In a study of over 28,000 students, those who attended high-ranking universities performed only slightly better than their peers on consulting projects. If you look at the quality of their work and their contributions, as collaborators, a Yale student was just 1.9% better than a Cleveland State student. And if you require a bachelor's degree, you lose over half of American workforce. This systematically disadvantages candidates who acquire skills through alternative routes. At trade schools or two-year community colleges, though apprenticeships or military service, or by teaching themselves or learning on the job. Beyond college degrees, many managers turn to prior experience to get an initial sense of candidates' qualifications, but it turns out that the amount of experience is also borderline irrelevant. In a meta-analysis of 44 students with over 11,000 people across a wide range of jobs, prior work experience had individually no bearing on performance. A candidate with 20 years of experience on a resume may have just repeated the same year of experience 20 times. So you need experience to get a job, but you need a job to get experience. And that experience reveals little about your potential. The key question is not how long people have done a job, it's how well they can learn to do a job. Experience required, and then entry-level job. There's getting a dog, having a baby, owning a firearm, getting drafted into the military, and then entry-level job. Which sometimes they just want you to have a bunch of experience when you're just starting off, and you're like, okay. Like with Gen Z, like all the Gen Zers like, oh, how am I going to get a job? When every place requires that you have 10 years of experience, and they're like, oh, which really means that they're only hiring millennials. And then what's left for Gen Z? I don't know. You start your own companies. Gen Z, you gotta start your own companies. That's pretty much what needs to happen. That's where the economy is right now. Grow the middle class. Oops, read the book. To decide which candidates to advance to the next round, many employers look at prior performance. Compared to credentials and prior work experiences, this is the better clue to potential. How well someone has performed in the past can give us a sense of their ability in the present. But this metric also has drawbacks that lead us to overlook the potential in too many people. Past performance is only helpful and the new job requires similar skills to the old one. In a study of over 38,000 salespeople, economists found that the most successful salesperson were more likely to be promoted to manager. But sales skills aren't the same as managerial skills. The candidates who were better at closing deals were worse at managing people. Oh, love it. It turned out the managers who elevated a team's performance weren't the biggest rainmakers, but the most pro-social members, as indicated by how often they'd made collaborative scales with their colleagues. This is an example of a phenomenon known as the Peter Principle. It's the idea that people at work tend to get promoted to their level of competence. They keep advancing based on their success in previous jobs until they get trapped in a new role that's beyond their abilities. In this case, the best salesperson went on to become incompetent managers, and the best potential managers get stuck as mediocre salespeople. Even if a candidate's best performance is relevant to the current role, this metric is designed to detect polished diamonds, not uncut gems. Take Tom Brady. Whether you love him or hate him, he's widely regarded as the greatest quarterback in football history, but when he entered the NFL, he wasn't drafted until the 199th pick, based on his performance in college and the draft combined. Scouts had serious doubts about whether Brady's arm was strong enough to zip, a spiral, and a hurl. A Hail Mary. It was unlikely that he would be fast enough to escape a blitz. The problem is that scouts were focusing on Brady's body, not his mind. They were right about his physical limitations. Despite weighing only 211 pounds, Brady was outrun by 25 different linemen who tipped the scales at 300 pounds. But scouts didn't account for what journalists would later call his nerves of steel. He didn't open up his chest and look at his heart. One coach lamented, "It often said that talent sets the floor, but character sets the ceiling." Brady went on to break through the assuming ceilings the year he returned. He turned 40. He beat his 40-year dash time when he was 20. Of course, when you're as slow as Tom Brady, the floor is pretty low. If natural talent determines where people start, learning character affects how far they go, but character skills aren't always immediately apparent. If we don't look beyond the surface, we risk missing the potential for brilliance underneath. Uncut gems. Cool. When I wanted to find out how to identify hidden potential, I knew NASA was an ideal organization to study. The stakes are sky high, picking the wrong astronaut could jeopardize the mission and cost crews their lives. That left the agency much more concerned about false positives, accepting bad candidates than false negatives, rejecting good ones. To understand why we miss potential and how we can spot it, I reached out to Dune Ross. He led astronaut selection at NASA for 4 decades, signing the rejection letters personally by hand, including each of Jose's. I wanted to learn about the process of sifting through the dreams of thousands of applicants to put the future of space exploration in the hands of a select few. Dwayne and his colleagues, Teresa Gomez, were hunting for the rare candidates with the right stuff. With between 2,400 and 3,100 applicants for only 11 to 35 spots, they had to quickly size up who had potential and who didn't. From what they could see, Jose Hernandez didn't have it. NASA had no idea that Jose was raised in poverty by undocumented immigrants. To make ends meet, the entire family took a long road trip from central Mexico to North California each winter. They stopped at farms along the way to pick everything from strawberries and grapes to tomatoes and cucumbers. Come fall, they headed back down to Mexico for a few months and then started the routine again. The journey forced Jose to miss several months of school and scrap by during the rest of the year in 3 different districts. After Jose started 2nd grade, his father began cobbling together day jobs so they could stay in one place, but Jose still had to work weekends in the fields. To help support his family, they left him with limited time for homework, and he couldn't rely on his parents for assistance. They only had 3rd grade education. That history was invisible to NASA in their search for the right stuff. They didn't have access to the right stuff, which should figure into the process of how hard it was for them to get together. Dwayne Ross told me recently, having retired after half a century at NASA, early on we developed our own application forms so we could ask about that. Then the government decided that all applications had to be exactly the same, so we lost a lot of that. With thousands of candidates, they could only check references on 400 and interview the top 120. For the initial screen, the federally regulated application process focused on work experience, education, special skills, and honors and awards. The form didn't ask for unconventional skills like picking grapes. It didn't signal that gaining a command of the English language would qualify as an honor. The award section wasn't a place to mention passing physics while working in the fields. The system wasn't designed to identify and weigh the adversity candidates had overcome. This reinforced Jose's belief that his background should stay underground. The last selection section of the application asked for other experience in pertinent activities, like flying. When I asked Jose why he didn't volunteer his history as a migrant farm worker, he said, "I didn't think it had any relevance. I even thought it might hurt me in a world where I was trying to assimilate as a professional. If NASA had been aware of his past difficulties, they might have caught a glimpse of his future potential, quantifying the unquantifiable." We all know that performance depends on more than ability. It's also a function of degree of difficulty. How capable you appear to be is often a reflection of how hard the task is. The same Jeopardy constant will look smarter on the $200 question than the 1,000 stumper. The same comedian will seem funnier in front of a tipsy crowd at a nightclub than a bunch of bankers in the morning. Yet when we judge potential, we often focus on execution and ignore degree of difficulty. We inadvertently favored candidates who aced easy tasks and dismissed those who passed taxing trials. We don't see the skills they develop to overcome obstacles, especially the skills that don't show up in a resume. Many systems are designed to surface and measure the degree of difficulty, because doing that is, well, difficult. Some have tried and failed miserably. In 2019, the SAT introduced an adversity score, awarding students up to 100 points for the hardships they face in their families, neighbors, and schools. Neighborhoods. The backlash was so fervent that it didn't even last the year. There was little consensus on the types of adversity to count, let alone how to score them. Social scientists have long found that people can have dramatically different reactions to the same event. One person's trauma may be another person's setback. One person's roadblock is another's hurdle. We calculate the degree of difficulty in a dive, but there isn't a formula to quantify the degree of difficulty in a life. There is a problem that has long plagued affirmative action efforts, creating policies that favor underrepresented groups, an politically charged issue. Liberals and conservatives have heated debates about whether it levels the playing field by compensating for historical injustice or perpetuates injustice by introducing reverse discrimination. Whenever you stand ideologically as a social scientist, it's my job to look to the best evidence. It turns out that affirmative action is often a double-edged sword, even for the people it's designed to serve. In a meta-analysis of 45 studies, when their organization had affirmative action, members of disadvantaged groups struggled more with their tasks and got poor performance reviews. The mere presence of an affirmative action policy was never to raise enough questions about their competence in the eyes of observers. Did they really observe that promotion, and in their own minds, did I get it on my own merit? This effect even held in experiments assumption that women or racial minorities were highly qualified. Many groups are still restrained by culture and structural shackles. It's important to find systematic ways to open doors for people who have been deprived of opportunity. But it's unfortunate that these well-meaning efforts are implemented in ways that leave the intended beneficiaries and others wondering whether they earn their place. Even if we could solve that problem, policies that address group hardship don't capture all the difficulties individuals have endured. When professional orchestras finally started making concerted efforts to hire women, a popular solution was to have candidates audition from behind a screen. Being unable to identify the gender of musicians forced evaluators to focus on their skill. Although that improved the odds for women, it didn't entirely close the gender gap. Since women didn't have the same access to the same professional training, affirmative action advocates might argue for gender quotas or for temporarily lowering skill requirements for women based on the disadvantage they face as a group. But doing so runs the risk of casting doubt on the competence of female musicians. Accounting for the individual degree of difficulty points to a more helpful solution, adjusting skill expectations by access to opportunity. For example, orchestra auditions would have different standards for candidates who were self-taught than those who trained at Juilliard. The goal of measuring degree of difficulty at the individual level isn't to advantage people who face adversity. It's to make sure we don't disadvantage people for navigating adversity. Seems that personal essays would give us a window into college applications, colleges, challenges, but students who have experienced extreme suffering are understandably distraught at the thought of advertising their trauma and marketing their pain. Meanwhile, those who have been lucky enough to avoid significant setbacks often feel pressured to exaggerate their own struggles. Ultimately, the key indicator of potential isn't the severity of adversity people encounter. It's how they react to it. That's what a better selection process would be, making the invisible visible. Too often our selection system fails to weigh achievements in the context of degree of difficulty. Research shows that when students apply to graduate school, admissions officers pay surprisingly little attention to the difficulty of their courses and majors. Acing easy classes might give you higher odds of acceptance than doing reasonably well in hard classes. Think about how unfair it is. If admissions officers were Olympic figure judges, they might have a skater who gets a 6 on a quadruple axel losing to one who gets an 8 on a simple loop. If they were choosing a financial advisor, they'd pick one who earned great returns in a bull market over one who achieved good returns in a bear market. I don't blame admissions officers or hiring managers. Many don't know their proxy measures are poor, and few have been trained to look for better signs of potential. I've been serving on Ivy League admissions committees and making hiring decisions for 2 decades, and it didn't occur to me until now to look at applicants' grades relative to the difficulty of their majors. Without being able to compare one curriculum to another, I was ill-equipped to compare one applicant's accomplishments to another's. I should have known better. Selection systems need to be put performance in context. It's like having wrestlers compete in their own weight class. A promising approach is to create metrics that objectively compare students to their peer group. Along with each student's grades, transcripts should display the grade point average and ranges for their schools and majors. Displaying the difficulty of the task is only one way of contextualizing performance. We can also adjust for difficulty outside the classroom by comparing students to peers in similar circumstances. Some schools have taken the promising step of expanding transcripts to show students grades relative to their neighborhood. Experiments show that this can help admissions officers spot the potential in lower income students without reducing their enthusiasm about students with families with greater means. In the United Kingdom, universities and employers are starting to weigh discrete signs of economic hardship, like holding a work-study job and receiving free meals. I asked Dwayne Ross about this idea, and he told me that if this kind of information had appeared on his application, NASA would have given him a closer look. If a candidate was a migrant farmer, we'd better notice that, particularly if he went on and did something so positive. Although this approach can help us identify some uncut gems, many difficulties are more subjective and hard to measure than tough grading and financial hardship. We need a way to assess the distance people have traveled to overcome the unique obstacles on their path. The good news is that schools and employers already have access to some valuable data, if only they knew where to look. Rise over run. In a startling study, economist George Bullman analyzed a massive data set containing every high school graduate in Florida from 1999 to 2002. The goal was to investigate whether these grades would predict their future success, measured in terms of college graduation rates and income earned a decade later. Freshman year grades revealed nothing about students' potential for future success. Sophomore and junior year grades did matter. Every GPA point higher was worth 5% more income later, and senior year grades were twice as important. Every GPA point was worth 10% higher income. What that really foreshadowed earning potential was whether students improved over time. Unfortunately, colleges typically erase that trajectory by collapsing into a single score. They scored students based on their average grades over 4 years, neglecting to consider whether they got better or worse. Similar patterns held for the odds of finishing college. Students whose grades improved from freshman to junior year of high school were significantly better, more likely to graduate from college, and less likely to drop out than those whose grades declined over the same period. But admissions officers didn't take that data into account. I'm going to take one more break. Okay, I took a small break because, yeah, I've been talking a lot. Yeah, I don't give myself any breaks. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take. I don't know. I probably won't stream on Sundays, Saturdays anymore. Why? Because I don't really need to. But if I do game, I'm like, I'll probably stream. With any gaming I do, yeah. Because my plan is to move into the gaming industry. I even got an email today, so nice. But yeah, take breaks. Don't overdo it. I'm on an all or nothing kind of mindset, and that can be dangerous. Like, for example, I'm like, I'm just going to read the rest of the book. And technically, after everything, the book is like 40 more pages or something. But then the epilogue, I only have like 10 pages left, and then there's an epilogue, which I probably won't read because I don't care. Because this book was okay. It's more just stories about people's lives, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, just tell me the practicals. But the reality is the books are made to be fillers, and this is one of them. And yeah, overcoming the odds, people's personal stories. I'm like, okay. I'm just like raw data, but yeah. Or if it's heartfelt, but yeah. It isn't really, it's okay. Okay. It's hard to overstate how ridiculous this is. School judges you much on your performance 3 years ago. Oops. It's hard to overstate how ridiculous this is. Schools judge you as much for your performance 3 years ago as for 3 months ago. And they don't even bother to look at the most recent and relevant data at all. We penalize people who risk rise after rocky starts when we should reward them for the distance they traveled. It's time for universities and employers to add another metric along with GPA. And I think they should be assessing GPT, grade point trajectory. I can calculate the rate of improvement over time with basic division, rise over run. Early failure followed by later success is a mark of hidden potential. On the basis of GPA alone, compared to the other engineers applying to become astronauts, Jose didn't stand out in college. He had gotten C's in chemistry, calculus, and programming. His lackluster performance raised questions about whether he had the technical aptitude performance required to be a flight engineer or mission specialist. To either credit, NASA didn't have strict grade cutoffs, but they did favor candidates who excelled academically. And they didn't know why Jose's grades had suffered or why they improved over time. To afford tuition, Jose worked the graveyard shift at a fruit and vegetable cannery, arriving at 10 p.m. and finishing at 6 a.m. It was a strain to stay alert in class, let alone master the material. When the fruit season ended, he worked nights and weekends at a restaurant busboy. Between demanding classes and a grueling schedule, he finished the first semester with a C average, and he struggled academically. Jose started to feel like an outsider and questioned his abilities. Extensive evidence had identified a social class achievement gap. First-generation college students tend to underperform academically due to a series of invisible disadvantages. The expectation to pave their own paths discourages them from seeking help. The pressure to pay their own way, the presence of self-doubt, and the absence of belonging all interfere with their ability to focus. The first semester of college was a particularly bumpy period for Jose. Things improved as he found work with more reasonable hours, established a more sustainable routine, and took the initiative to seek tutoring to fill the gaps in his knowledge. With each semester, his grades climbed. His GPA rose from a 2.41 to a 2.9, from his freshman fall to spring, and then up again to 3.3 and 3.56. For the fall and spring of his sophomore year, he went on to earn many A's and graduate with cum laude honors. He won a full scholarship to a master's program in engineering at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Although he didn't have a perfect GPA, he aced grade point trajectory. One caveat when using improvement as a mark of potential: it's important to set reasonable expectations in an initial screen. Upward trajectories are hints that candidates have overcome adversity, but we can't always expect a sharp rise. When people face major setbacks, the slopes they had to climb get steeper, and maintaining steady performance can be an achievement in itself. No single measure of improvement should be our sole metric. Trajectories are a valuable start, but they don't paint a full picture of potential. to gauge the distance people are capable of traveling on steep slopes. It's also critical to take a closer look at the skills and abilities they've gained so far. Instead of looking at past experience or past performance, we should find out what they've learned or how well they can learn. And to do that, we need to rethink how we interview people. The most fascinating approach is seen at a call center in Israel, Interview Without a Vampire. Several decades ago, a therapist in training called Jill Winch became frustrated with clinical psychology. It wasn't enough to help one client at a time. He wanted to solve problems on a larger scale. One day, when talking with a neighbor who was paralyzed, Gil learned that worldwide people with disabilities were struggling to find work. People with impairments into hearing, vision, movement, memory, learning, and communication shared a common experience. Whether they had a physical disability or a psychological disorder, they knew from a lifetime of stigma and rejection that they were likely to be underestimated and overlooked. Gil noticed that job interviews put people with disabilities at a disadvantage. A typical interview is set up like an interrogation. Evaluators grill you on your shortcomings. What are your greatest weaknesses? Here's a list of every mistake I ever made in order. They ask you impossible questions about your future. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Taking your job and asking better interview questions. Some even try to stump you with brain teasers. How many golf balls can you fit in a jumbo jet? Why would anyone fill a jet with golf balls? Even for candidates who aren't facing a disability, this approach amplifies anxiety and awkwardness. The stress created in interviews prevents us from seeing people's full potential. That stress tends to be especially pronounced for people who have been underestimated in the past. Just knowing that there's a stereotype about your group is enough to undermine your performance under pressure. The fear of confirming negative stereotypes has been shown to disrupt focus and drain working memory, obscuring the abilities of women in math tests, immigrants on verbal tests, black students on the SAT, older students on cognitive tests, and students with physical and learning disabilities on a range of tests. They're set up to fail. Gil wanted to showcase the abilities of people with disabilities to make sure their differences didn't stop them from traveling great distances. He did something radical. He launched a call center staffed entirely by people with disabilities. He called it Kal Yakol, which in Hebrew was able to do anything. To set job candidates up for success, he reversed the standard interview process. The system he created is filled with surprises. Before you show up, you fill out a questionnaire about your passions, from cherished books to beloved music to favorite hobbies. For support, you're invited to bring a partner or a pet to the interview. As soon as you arrive, you discover that the interviewers are the opposite of interrogators. They're hosts. They give you a tour, offer you coffee or tea, and treat you like a guest in their home. They direct you to what looks like a living room with big, comfy chairs, and ask you about some of your passions. The goal isn't just to help you relax, it's also a chance for them to see you light up about what you love. Next, you get to showcase your strengths. Instead of bombarding you with intimidating riddles and unfamiliar problems, Gil handcrafted a series of challenges that gave you the opportunity to exhibit your skills in familiar situations. Keen to display your determination in the face of obstacles. Get ready to meet a difficult neighbor who objects to all your ideas for renovating your building. Excited to display your attention to detail. It's time for Don't Kill Granny. She's allergic to peanuts, and your task is to pick out the safe items for her from a long grocery list. Want to prove you excel at persuasion and negotiation? Tell us how you'd convince a teenager not to look at his phone during dinner. Who's addicted to their phones? In the science of interviewing, there's a name for those kinds of demonstrations. They're called work samples. A work sample is a snapshot of an applicant's skills. Sometimes you can provide one for submitting a portfolio of your past work. Many colleges have these built into their admissions processes, inviting students to submit their creative portfolios. You can send in recordings if you're a musician, scripts if you're a screenwriter or playwright, and videos if you're an actor, dancer, or magician. But past work samples have similar limitations to past performance. They leave us comparing apples and oranges, with no way to account for the different difficulties candidates have endured to date. A powerful alternative is to create real-time work samples, give everyone the same problem to solve in the present. There's a wealth of evidence that those kinds of live work samples can fill gaps in interviews by illuminating candidates' capabilities. Instead of relying solely on what people say, you get to observe what they can do.
which applicants appreciate. I first stumbled onto work samples early in my career when I didn't know they had a name. A college and I were hiring a team of salespeople, and we decided to ask them to sell us a rotten apple. One applicant's pitch was unforgettable. They may look like a rotten apple, but it's actually an aged antique apple. They say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and the longer they age, the more nutrients they gain. And you can plant the seeds in your backyard. After resolving some honesty concerns, that particular candidate ended up being the best salesperson I ever hired. Since then, I've seen a range of creative approaches to real-time work samples across industries. My favorites include schools that evaluate the productivity of teaching applicants by asking them to prepare a live class, and manufacturing firms that assess the pro-social skills of aircraft mechanic candidates by asking them to build a Lego helicopter together. Work samples are often one and done, but your first effort is rarely your best effort. There's another stumbling block the system at Calyacol removes. Their work samples are designed to give people second chances to succeed. If you get stuck when you're trying not to kill Granny, you can call a timeout and ask for some help. At the end of the interview, instead of being judged, you get to be the judge. You're asked to rate your interview experience, how welcome the interviewer made you feel, and whether you performed at your best. If you're not happy with how it went, you get a do-over. Then ask you what they can do differently to get to know you better. When a man named Harvey showed up at Calyacol for a second interview, he was clear that he was struggling to concentrate. The interviewer paused and asked him how he was feeling. Harvey was on the autism spectrum, and he explained that when his shoes feel uncomfortable that morning, he spilled coffee on his shirt while trying to fix them and missed his bus. He was flustered after scrambling to arrive on time, and his shoes still didn't feel right. The interviewer called it a break and gave him an hour to reset. Harvey aced the redo and got the job. Collecting work samples takes time, but many work samples can now be gathered online. It's easier than ever to create digital problem-solving tasks. Even if we run them in person, it's no more time-consuming than conducting an interview. We invest that time because we know how much it matters to be thoughtful about who we let into the door. And despite all the developments in artificial intelligence, I have yet to meet an algorithm that would spot the potential in Harvey's. He has a difficult cold-calling job where rudeness and rejection are the norm. Most people quit in the first few years, but Harvey had been a paragon of grit and resilience. He's been a star for 8 years, consistently reaching his monthly goals and receiving an award in front of the whole call center as the employee of the quarter. Industry insiders were skeptical that Gil's hiring model would work, especially for a call center. They didn't expect people with disabilities to thrive in a fast-paced, high-pressure environment. It took Gil a year to recruit his first client. When it finally happened in 2009, he hired 15 people with a range of disabilities and disorders. In one case, he had a manager who was legally blind supervising an employee with hearing loss. It didn't sound like a recipe for success, but Gil was confident it would work. Having seen their strengths up close, he knew the distance the team was capable of traveling. They didn't just meet expectations, they shattered them. Since then, Calyacol has grown. Many of their teams have exceeded industry benchmarks for hourly leads and time on the phone with clients, and some had outperformed teams without disabilities. To Gil, he was only the beginning. He knew the people with disabilities were only one group of people whose potential had been ignored. He expanded his hiring model to create opportunities for other disadvantaged target groups, from immigrants to the formerly incarcerated. In 2008, the team was invited to Israel's parliament to receive an award honoring the good they've done for individuals and society. An interview model like Calyacol's is not just a compelling way to open the door to underdogs. I think it's a way to recognize the potential in everyone. It enables each candidate's skill to shine through. Interrogations make all of us anxious, and anyone can run into mishaps on their way to a job interview. Skills are best gauged by what people can do, not what they say or what they've done before. Instead of trying to trip people up, we should give them the chance to put their best foot forward. How they respond in a do-over is a more meaningful window into their character than how they handle the first try. A window of opportunity. Since NASA invited candidates to update their applicants every year, Jose got an annual do-over. By 1996, after a string of rejections, he was on the verge of quitting when his wife, Adela, encouraged him not to throw away his dream. Let NASA be the one to disqualify you, she urged. Don't disqualify yourself. Jose realized there was more he could do to qualify himself than he could become a sponge. He learned that most astronauts were pilots and scuba divers, so he took a year to earn his pilot's license and spent another year driving to scuba diving training every weekend until he got his basic, advanced, and master's certifications. And when his federal lab presented him with an unconventional opportunity to work on curtailing nuclear proliferation in Siberia, Jose took it on one condition. He would get to learn to speak Russian as part of the deal. He hoped it would help him stand out in NASA's next cycle. In 1998, when Jose was 36, he sent off another astronaut application, and at long last, there was encouraging news. Of over 2,500 applications, he was one of 120 finalists. Jose finally had the opportunity to provide a complete live work sample. He went through a full week of physical and psychological assessments at Johnson Space Center. Former astronauts queried him on engineering and flying technicalities and teamwork and communication skills. He took tests that required him to rotate objects in his mind and solve problems under pressure. Out of a possible 99 points, the astronaut selection board gave Jose a score of 91. The interviewers didn't ask him about hardship directly. They gave him an hour to talk about his background. For the first time, feeling confident that he had proven his technical skills, Jose opened up and told NASA he'd started out as a migrant farmer. If you can accomplish all that by coming from some place like Jose did, Dwayne Ross says, to overcome all that and get to the same place other people get, then you have a lot of desire and capability. After the interview, Jose got a personal call from Dwayne. Unfortunately, they were rejecting him again, but this time there was a silver lining. They were offering him a job, not as an astronaut, but as an engineer. Jose had been adapting every year. Now he would have to adapt again. Although he might not be going up himself, he could be part of the mission to send humans to space. The experience taught him a lesson. There is more than one star in the sky and more than one goal and purpose in life. After a number of years working as a NASA engineer in 2004, Jose heard his phone ring. The voice on the other end of the line asked him if he could if he was replaceable. Jose said he was happy to train someone to take his place. Good, the manager said. How would you like to come work for the astronaut office? After 15 years of applying, Jose was selected to go to space. The second I heard the good news, he recalls, his whole body went numb. He raced home to break news to his wife, children, and parents, who celebrated by hugging and dancing. In August 2009, a few weeks after turning 47, Jose steps into the space shuttle. He sat down, buckled in, and braced himself for takeoff. Just before midnight, he heard the countdown and watched the engines light up. 8.5 minutes after blasting into the sky, the engine shut off, and Jose couldn't believe his eyes. To convince himself it was real, he tossed a piece of equipment up. Watching it hover, he marveled. I guess we are in space. Jose had gone from picking strawberries in fields to floating among the stars. Over the course of 2 weeks in space, he flew over 5 million miles. It was a short hop compared to the distance he had traveled for the chance to wear a spacesuit. As exciting as it is to see a candidate like Jose succeed, it isn't enough. His success shows what we're missing is in so many others. He had to break the mold to make it through a broken system. He's the exception, but he should be the rule. When we evaluate people, there's nothing more rewarding than finding a diamond in the rough. Our job isn't to apply the pressure that brings out their brilliance. It's to make sure we don't overlook those who have already faced that pressure and recognize their potential to shine. Okay, there's a little quiz at the end and the epilogue. I guess I'll just read it. I have time. Like an hour? Go in the distance. Epilogue, go in the distance. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. When I started telling people I was writing a book on potential, I kept getting questions about dreams. It is about reaching our dreams. Are you going to encourage readers to dream big? I didn't want to go down there. I didn't want to go there. It sounded too Pollyanna, too juvenile. It's a sort of lofty language peddled by self-help gurus, not studied by serious social scientists. If you have the vision, gravitas, and moral high ground of Martin Luther King Jr., you might get away with it, though even King's advisors feared the dream language would sound hackneyed and trite. For the rest of us, I figured dreams were best left behind in childhood. Then I came across new evidence that people with bigger dreams go on to achieve greater things. When economists track thousands of people from birth until age 55, the aspirations they formed as adolescents formed how their adult lives would unfold. Young people with grandier dreams went further in school and climbed higher at work. Even after accounting for a host of other factors, their cognitive skills, character skills, family income, and parents' education, occupations, and aspirations, their own dreams made a unique contribution to how they progressed and how they became. I realized that if it weren't for my dreams and the people who helped me make them a reality, this book wouldn't exist. At the start of my school year of high school, I was planning to stay in Michigan for college. But one night in September, I went to sleep and dreamed that I went to Harvard. It wasn't an option I'd never entertained before. I knew it wasn't a long shot. I wasn't sure if I was qualified, and my family wouldn't afford out-of-state tuition. But having recently seen Good Will Hunting, I couldn't get the idea out of my head. In my hometown, in the suburbs of Detroit, people earn status based on shallow qualities like wealth and beauty. The popular kids at the school were mostly rich or hot. In my vision of Cambridge, it was cool to be smart. My dorm would be filled with fellow nerds. My classes would allow me to soak up knowledge from the world's brightest minds. Later that fall, I put on my only suit for an interview with a Harvard alumni at a nearby law office. Just as I was leaving home, a thought crossed my mind. I ran back inside, grabbed a small box from a drawer, and stuck it in my jacket pocket. When I arrived, I was shaking. I'd never been interviewed before. I'd never met a Harvard grad either. What if I didn't understand a word he said? The interview was scheduled for an hour, but it lasted for 3. I had no clue what to make of that. Every day after, when I got off the bus after school, I checked the mailbox nervously. In December, I found an envelope from Harvard. It was an acceptance letter, and it came from some financial aid. I would still have to work my way through the school. I was so overjoyed that I broke my no dancing rule and did a touchdown dance. Only later did I learn that whenever I did something stupid, I would forever hear people say, "You went to Harvard?" In the spring, as I met my future classmates at events and online, I saw a pattern. Harvard seemed to attract 2 extremes of students: those who were sure they were a gift to the world, and those who feared they were the one mistake. I was in the later camp. I'd somehow made a cut, but I didn't know if it was smart enough to cut it there. "Bob, can I speak to you in my office?" "Oh no, I'm going to get fired." She realizes it was a mistake to hire me. "Bob, you're doing a great job. I'm giving you a raise." "Oh no, more days until she realizes I'm a mistake." In my first week on campus, I would get the chance to find out if I was smart enough. Before class started, every student had to take a mandatory writing exam. It would determine our placement in a freshman writing seminar. If we passed, we'd have a semester of writing and be done. If we failed, we'd have to start the year with an extra semester of remedial writing. The sophomore told me not to worry about it. Remedial writing was for jocks and international students who spoke English as a 5th language. I don't remember the writing prompt, but I remember what I wrote, an analysis of the characters of Good Will Hunting. A few days later, the envelope arrived under my door. I'd failed the writing test. I did not like them apples. It was the first time Harvard was judging my intellect, and the jury came back with a devastating verdict. On the charge of not being smart enough, guilty. Forget imposter syndrome. I was an actual fraud. Meanwhile, my roommate, a heavily recruited quarterback on the football team, passed. To find out what my options were, I set up a meeting with the experts at the writing center who graded my exam. They said that ultimately it was up to students to decide which class to take, but they were strongly advising me to take the remedial class. After failing the test, when students were straight into the regular class, they'd never gotten better than a B-. The writing experts confided that from reading my essay, it would be even riskier for me. My writing was so unclear and unstructured that if I skipped the remedial class, I'd probably get a C, but it was up to me. I was torn. On the one hand, I didn't want to ruin my GPA, and I enjoyed writing and wanted to get better at it. On the other hand, I was embarrassed at the thought of being held back, and I didn't want to waste an elective. To make the decision, I needed a guide. But the people who knew me didn't know Harvard, and the people at Harvard didn't really know me at all. Then I thought of my alumni interviewer, a lawyer named John Gyrick. He'd been involved in Harvard admissions for decades, and he invested a lot of time getting to know me. A few months earlier, I seen John at a welcome reception for admitting students and asked him why I got in. He responded that he wasn't on committee, so he didn't know for sure. But there was something he'd highlighted in his interview report to Harvard that wasn't visible in my application. The previous fall, when I arrived at his law office for my interview, John opened by asking me and my parent interests and hobbies. I see you performed as a magician, he said. What's your favorite trick? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small box I'd grabbed on my way out the door. A deck of cards. Actually, can I show you? John smiled. I started shuffling the cards and told the story with the entire deck. Each time I named a card, it would magically appear at the top, even after I let him cut the pack. At the end, audiences usually asked how I did it, but John wanted to know how I learned it. I told him I'd seen a magician do it on TV when I was 12, and I figured out a way to do my own version. John asked if I could perform with someone else's cards. He went hunting through his office and came back with a few minutes later with a deck. I did a few more tricks, some that I found in books and others that I made up myself. At the welcome reception, John told me it wasn't the magic that helped me stand out. It was the initiative. I've taken in teaching myself and the courage I'd shown in doing an impromptu performance for him. It was my first interview. I didn't know we were just supposed to talk, and it was only after becoming an organizational psychologist that I realized I'd given him a work sample. By sharing what stood up, a work sample. By sharing what stood out in my interview, John had given me a crash course in the importance of character skills. My success wouldn't depend on my initial ability. It would depend on my ability and motivation to learn. When I failed Harvard's writing test, they hadn't declared me a failure as a writer. They failed a tiny snapshot of my writing. They didn't know me, so I set out to prove them wrong. I was determined to go from failing the test to acing the class. I skipped the remedial writing seminar and signed up for the regular one. I became a sponge, embracing the discomfort of seeking endless rounds of constructive criticism from the professor and anyone else who would read my writing. Instead of going home for Thanksgiving, I stayed on campus to write and rewrite an essay. By the end of the semester, I traveled a greater distance. The professor congratulated me on earning the only A in the class. I love them apples. Imposter syndrome says, I don't know what I'm doing. It's only a matter of time until everyone finds out. Growth mindset says, I don't know what I'm doing yet. It's only a matter of time until I figure it out. Scaffolding gives you the support you need to figure it out. I haven't seen John Gyrick in 2 decades, but the insight he gave me about the power of character skills was a critical bit of scaffolding. It became my compass, and it guided my progress for years afterwards. Looking back, if I hadn't challenged myself to take the regular seminar, I might never have become a writer or a psychologist. The writing seminars covered a range of topics, and for many seminars that fall, I was able to pick social influence. One of the assigned readings happened to be a book of psychologists. Writer Cialdini, it was filled with surprising evidence, and I found it so riveting that when it was assigned for one of my other classes, I read it a second time. It was the first time I considered becoming a psychologist. I started dreaming of writing a book like that one day. For the next decade, the dream faded into the background. As a professor, I had to figure out how to teach, even after I got my anxiety under control. I was still fairly robotic until a mentor, Jane Dutton, dropped a pin. She advised me to unleash my inner magician. I started introducing surprise endings with counterintuitive studies, and expected twists and experimental leaning. I was focused on teaching memorable classes and doing worthwhile research. Then I got tenure at Wharton. Having made it to the top of the mountain, I wanted to do more to help others climb theirs. I felt a responsibility to share what I was learning beyond the classroom in academic journals. With an audience broader than students and researchers, a few weeks later, a mentor reached out to tell me he was starting his next book. It was on incentives, and since I studied motivation, he wondered if I wanted to co-author it with him. He was one of my role models, and I told my students how honored and excited I was that he was bringing me on board. They revolted. If you're going to write a book, share with your own ideas. Have you forgotten what you taught us? The worst kind of success is achieving other people's goals. Don't live someone else's dream. You were right. I decided to pursue a book on my own. Several colleagues raved about a literary agent, Richard Pine, who took me under his wing. In June, after many weeks of independent brainwriting, Richard announced that it was time to draft a proposal to share with potential publishers. I'd been studying the topic for years. The ideas came pouring out. In August, I sent him 103,000 words. In 2 months, I'd written a draft of the whole book. I couldn't wait to hear Richard's reaction. Gently, he explained that it was too academic. This was an understatement. It was boring. In other words, not a page turner. I was so deep in the weeds of the research that even my academic colleagues would lose interest. He encouraged me to reflect on the bigger picture and start over from scratch. Hella languishing. I was stuck. I didn't know where to begin, let alone if I could do it. Imposter syndrome came back with a vengeance. Who was I to write a book? Why would anyone want to read what I had to say? Richard shifted from judge to coach and told me to stop doubting myself. Of course you can do it. Just write like you teach, not like you write for academic journals. I trusted him. He wasn't just a credible believer. He was a guide pointing me in a better direction. I threw out 102,000 words. There were about 4 pages worth salvaging, and wrote that what became my first book. Writing like I teach has been my compass ever since. It's what guided me to write books that you were actually interested in reading. Well, at least I hope you didn't regret it. Imposter syndrome. I love your work. They're my family, they have to say that. I love your work. They're my friends, they have to say that. They're complete strangers, they have to say that. Not long ago, it dawned on me that imposter syndrome is a paradox. Others believe in you. You don't believe in yourself. Yet you believe yourself instead of them. If you doubt yourself, shouldn't you also doubt your low opinion of yourself? I now believe that imposter syndrome is a sign of hidden potential. I feel like other people are overstimulating you, but it's more likely that you're underestimating yourself. They recognize the capacity for growth that you can't see yet. When multiple people believe in you, it might be time to believe them. Many people dream of achieving goals. They measure their progress by the status they acquire and the accolades they collect. But the gains that count the most are the hardest to count. But most meaningful growth is not building our careers, it's building our character. Success is more than reaching our goals, it's living our values. There's no higher value than aspiring to be better tomorrow than we are today. Let's read this part. And I believe that imposter syndrome is a sign of hidden potential. It feels like other people are overestimating, but it's like more that you're underestimating yourself. They recognize the capacity for growth that you can't see yet. When multiple people believe in you, it might be time to believe them. Many people dream of achieving goals. They measure their progress by the status they acquire and the accolades they collect. But the gains that count the most are the hardest to count. The most meaningful growth is not building our careers, it's building our character. Success is more than reaching our goals, it's living our values. There's no higher value than aspiring to be better tomorrow than we are today. There's no greater accomplishment than unleashing our hidden potential. Let's see. It's like 5 pages left. Okay. Actions for impact. To take a quiz about your hidden potential, visit blah blah blah. AdamGrant.net. The learning process isn't finished when we acquire knowledge. It's complete when we consistently apply that knowledge. Here are my top 40 practical takeaways for unlocking hidden potential and achieving great things. Yeah, AdamGrant.net. 1. Build character skills. Unleash hidden potential through character skills. The people who grow the most aren't the smartest people in the room. They're the ones who strive to make themselves and others smarter. When opportunity doesn't knock, look for ways to build a door or climb through a window. Become a creature of discomfort. Don't be afraid to try a new style. Instead of focusing on the way you like to learn, embrace the discomfort of matching the method to the task. Reading and writings are usually best for critical thinking. Listening is ideal for understanding emotions, and doing is better than remembering information. Use it or never gain it at all. Putting yourself in the ring before you feel ready, you don't need to get comfortable before you can practice your skills. Your comfort grows as you practice your skills. As polyglots show us, even experts have to start from day one. 4. Seek discomfort. Instead of just striving to learn, aim to feel uncomfortable. Pursuing discomfort sets you on a faster path to growth. If you want to get it right, ask to first feel wrong. Set a mistake budget. To encourage trial and error, set a goal for the minimum number of mistakes you want to make per day or per week. When you expect to stumble, you ruminate about it less and improve more. Become a sponge. Increase your absorptive capacity. Seek out new knowledge, skills, and perspectives to fuel your growth, not feed your ego. Progress hinges on the quality of the information you take in, not on the quantity of the information you seek out. Ask for advice, not feedback. Feedback is backward looking. It leads people to criticize you or cheer for you. Advice is forward looking. It leads people to coach you. You can get your critics and cheerleaders to act more like coaches by asking a simple question. What's one thing I can do better next time? Figure out which sources to trust. Decide what information is worth absorbing and which should be filtered out. Listen to the coaches who have relevant expertise, credibility, know you well, familiarity, and want what's best for you, care. Be the coach you hope to have. Demonstrate that honesty in the highest expression of loyalty. Model effective coaching by being forthcoming in what you say and respectfully in how you say it. Show people how easy it is to hear a hard truth from someone who believes in their potential and cares about their success. Become an imperfectionist. Strive for excellence, not perfectionism. Progress comes from maintaining high standards, not eliminating every flaw. Practice wabi-sabi, the art of honoring beauty in imperfection. By identifying some shortcomings that you can accept, consider where you truly need the best and where you can settle for good enough. Mark your growth with Eric Best questions. Did you make yourself better today? Did you make someone else better today? Enlist judges to gauge your progress. To figure out whether you've created a minimum lovable product, ask a few people to independently rate your work on a scale of 0 to 10. Whatever score you receive, ask them how you can get closer to 0 to 10. Be sure to set an acceptable as well as an aspirational result, and don't forget that to get high scores on your top priorities, you may have to be satisfied with low scores on the others. Be your own last judge. It's better to disappoint others than to disappoint yourself. Before you release something into the world, assess whether it represents you well. If this was the only work people saw of yours, would you be proud of it? Engage in mental time travel. When you're struggling to appreciate your progress, consider how your past self would view your current achievements. If you knew 5 years ago what you'd accomplished now, how proud would you have been? Set up scaffolding to overcome obstacles. Look outward for the right support at the right time. Every challenge requires its own support. The support you need isn't permanent. It's temporary structure that gives you a foothold or a lift so you can keep climbing on your own. Turn a practice into play. Turn the daily grind into a source of daily joy. To maintain harmonious passion, design practice around deliberate play. Set up fun, skill-building challenges, like Evelyn Glean learning to play a back piece on a snare drum, Steve Curry trying to score 21 points in a minute, or medical residents honoring their nonverbal communication skills by using nonsense words in improv comedy classes or games. Compete against yourself. Measure your progress over time, not against an opponent. The risk of competing against others is that you can win without getting better. When you compete against yourself, the only way to win is to grow. Don't hold yourself hostage to a fixed routine. It's possible to avoid burnout and bore out by introducing novelty and variety into your practice. You can alternate between different skills you're practicing or switch up the tools and methods you use to learn those skills. Even small tweaks can make a big difference. Be proactive about rest and recovery. Don't wait until you're burned out or bored out to take breaks. Build them into your schedule. Taking time off helps you sustain harmonious passion, unlock fresh ideas, and deepen learning. Relaxing is not a waste of time. It's an investment into well-being. Take the roundabout path to progress. When you're stuck, back up to move forward. When you hit a dead end, it might be time to turn around and find a new path. It feels like regressing, but it's often the only way to find a route to progress. Find a compass. You don't need a map to start on a new route. You just need a compass to gauge whether you're heading in the right direction. A good compass is a credible source that signals where you're going off course. Seek multiple guides. Instead of relying on a single expert or mentor, remember that the best direction comes from multiple guides. Ask them about the landmarks and turning points from their own journeys, and tell them about the roads you've taken so far. As they drop pins, you can piece together into a route that works for you. Find a side gig. When you find yourself languishing, you can build momentum by taking a detour to a new destination. When you make progress in a side project or hobby, you rack up small wins, which reminds you that forward movement is possible. Fly by your own bootstraps. Teach what you want to learn. The best way to learn something is to teach it. You understand it better after you explain it, and you remember it better after you take the time to recall it. Like the Golden 13, you can do this in groups, with each member teaching a distinct skill or slice of information. Build confidence by coaching others. When you're doubting your ability to overcome an obstacle, instead of seeking advice, try giving advice. Guiding others through a challenge reminds you that you have the resources you need to tackle it. The advice you give is usually advice you need to take. Harness both high and low expectations as motivation. If ignorant naysayers doubt you, take it as a challenge. Instead of letting them crush your confidence, recognize it as an opportunity to prove them wrong. And when credible believers are behind you, rise to the occasion and prove them right. Be a good ancestor. When your faith falters, recall who you're fighting for. Our deepest reserves of resilience come from knowing that other people are counting on us. Build systems of opportunity. 27. Open doors for people who are underrated and overlooked. Create systems that invest in and create opportunities for all, not just gifted students and high potential employees. A good system gives underdogs and late bloomers the chance to show how far they've come. A. Decision science to bring out the best in all students. Don't waste a brain. Don't waste a brain. Wait, don't waste the brain. Oh, that's where you're from. Okay. Recognize that intelligence comes in many forms, and every child has the potential to excel. Cultivate a growth mindset in teachers, not only in students. Gauge success by the progress of every student, not just those at the top. Professionalize education. Following Finland's example, train and treat teachers as trusted professionals. When teachers are equipped and encouraged to stay up to date on the latest evidence, coach one another, and shape the curriculum. The next generation can achieve greater things. Keep students with the same teachers for multiple years. Looping allows teachers to specialize in their students, not just their subjects. With more time to get to know each student personally, teachers can become coaches and mentors, tailoring their instructional and emotional support to help other students reach their potential. Give students the freedom to explore and share their individual interests. The most important lesson to teach students is that learning is fun. When students get to select the activity station, books, and projects that interest them, they're more likely to develop intrinsic motivation. When they present on the topics they love, it reinforces their enthusiasm and gives their classmates a chance to catch it. Unearth collective intelligence in teams. Transform groups into teams. Collective intelligence depends on cohesion. Aligning a team around shared responsibility for a meaningful mission. When people believe they need one another to succeed in reaching an important goal, they become more than the sum of their parts. Choose leaders based on pro-social skills. Instead of promoting babblers and ball hogs, elevate people who put the mission above their ego, and prioritize team cohesion over personal glory. When teams are eager to contribute, the most effective cheerleader is not the loudest talker, but the best listener. Shift from brainstorming to brainwriting. For more balanced participation and better solutions before you meet as a group, have people generate and evaluate ideas independently. Once all the ideas are on the table and all the voices are in the room, have the group select and refine the most promising possibilities. Replace the corporate ladder with a lattice system. Instead of leaving it up to a single boss to shoot down suggestions, give people multiple paths to speak up. If people can go more than a leader, a single no can't kill an idea, and a single yes can be enough to save it. Discover uncut gems in job interviews and college applicants. Eliminate requirements for credentials and experience. When evaluating others, beware of mistaking past accomplishments and experiences for future potential. Background and talent determine what people start, but character skills shape how far they can climb. Account for degree of difficulty. Struggles don't necessarily reflect the absence of ability. Often they reveal the presence of adversity. To account for the obstacles candidates often have faced, put their performance in the context of comparing them to peers in their school, major, and neighborhood. Use trajectories and evaluations. It's not enough to look at recent or average performance. The trajectory of performance over time matters more. An upward slope is a clue that candidates have overcome adversity. Reimagine interviews as set candidates up to succeed. Instead of designing interviews to maximize stress, create opportunities for candidates to shine. Invite applicants to share what they love and showcase their strengths. Afterward, ask if they thought their performance represented them well, and if not, give them a do-over. Redefine success. The most meaningful form of performance is progress. The ultimate mark of potential is not the height of the peak you've reached, but the distance you've traveled, and help others travel. There's acknowledgements, notes. Bunch of notes. Credits, index. That's the end of the book. Well, I hope you liked it. It wasn't bad. The thing is, I don't really like sports, so I don't really like reading about sports or people who are involved in sports. Cause I'm like, yeah, like it's cool that they have like that they made. I guess their dreams come true. Well, I guess it's more teaching on the characters, like scaffolding was mentioning with what was it? What player? Not LeBron. What are the best players? What are the best NBA players? Curry, Steve Curry. So I mentioned Steve Curry. I just remembered. And yeah, how they had scaffolding and they had to figure out ways to get him to train better. So I'm like, there's a practical of that. And so I'm like, okay, that's one thing I liked. And yeah, okay, I'm pretty burned out. That's a good amount of time. I didn't expect it to take that long. Also, I think I talked myself out. Hello, Frey. I saw your message. Ooh. No, no. I don't know how long you got your message. I got someone in chat right now. Oh, so I just finished reading Hidden Potential. I read about 100 pages of the book today, and it was about 100, 200 pages. Yeah, it was 240 pages, and I read like 90 pages today. So that was fun. I'm not sure what book I'm gonna read next. I have a handful of books. Next stream I'll probably just game. Which yeah, this platform is for gaming, and so I'll probably game. But yeah, if you're still there, yeah, I'm about to end. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be streaming pretty much every day except this weekend. I'm going on a retreat, so I'll be pretty much busy from an hour from now until Sunday evening. But then after that, I'll be back, and I might stream Sunday evening, but we'll see. Okay, hope you have a good day. Hope you enjoyed the book reading, and yeah, I upload everything to YouTube.